Hello, night listener, and welcome to Little Nightmare. I'm Emma, and tonight I'll be keeping you company to help you fall asleep. But before we begin, make sure to subscribe to the channel and leave a comment telling me where you're listening from. Story 1. There was always a line. I believed in that, the way a child believes the sun will rise, because it always has. The line was the edge of the woods behind our house, a stark demarcation where the neatly mown grass, smelling of summer and cut clover, surrendered to the tangled, breathing darkness of the pines. On my side was the world we had built, the white clapboard house with its blue shutters, the tire swing hanging from the old oak, the sound of my wife's laughter drifting from the kitchen window. On the other side was a world that did not care for our order, a primeval silence that watched and waited. I took comfort in that boundary. It was a rule of the universe, as fixed as the horizon. That certainty began to dissolve on the evening my son, Corbin, was born. It was a difficult birth, long and draining, and when it was over, the hospital room held a hushed, antiseptic quiet that felt more like a vigil than a celebration. My wife, Clara, was pale and exhausted, her face a mask of relief and something else, something I couldn't name. The midwife handed me the baby, swaddled tight in a standard issue blanket, her smile not quite reaching her eyes. He was our 5th child, and we had dreamed of a large, boisterous family, a house filled with the beautiful chaos of love. We were idealists, Clara and I, building our paradise on a foundation of hope and hard work. I looked down at my son. He was not like the others. Our first 4 had entered the world with indignant wails, their faces scrunched and furious with the shock of life. Corbin was silent. His eyes, a shade of blue so dark it was almost violet, were open. They did not wander blindly like a newborn S. They were fixed, impossibly focused, on my face. He did not cry. He simply observed. The silence in the room seemed to condense around him, a pocket of absolute stillness that absorbed the distant beep of monitors and the rustle of the nurse's uniform. I felt a coldness then, a trickle of ice water down my spine that had nothing to do with the air conditioning. It was the first time I felt the line between my world and another, older one, begin to blur. We brought him home to a house decorated with handmade banners and the eager, noisy love of his siblings. Sarah, the eldest at 10, was a miniature Clara, all warmth and practicality. The twins, Michael and David, were 8-year-old whirlwinds of scraped knees and boundless curiosity. Little Evie, just 3, regarded the new baby with a solemnity that was unusual for her. At first, the strangeness of Corbin was easy to attribute to the trauma of birth, or to our own tired nerves. He was a quiet baby, too quiet. He slept through the night from the very beginning, long stretches of motionless slumber that should have been a blessing, but felt instead like abandonment. When he was awake, he was preternaturally still. He did not coo or babble. He watched. The problems began in small, accumulating ways, like drops of water slowly wearing away stone. He never cried when he was hungry or wet. He He would simply fix his dark, unblinking gaze on you until the weight of his silence became unbearable, a palpable pressure in the room that forced you to attend to him. The pediatrician, a cheerful man with a poster of cartoon animals on his ceiling, called him an easy baby and told us to count our blessings. We tried. We recited the mantra to ourselves and to the concerned looks from our parents. He just different. He fine. But the other children felt it. The twins, who had been so excited for a baby brother to eventually join their games, began to avoid the nursery. When asked, they would just shrug and mumble that it was weird in there. Evie, once a chatterbox, would sit for hours in a corner of the living room, rocking her doll and humming a tuneless little song, her eyes darting towards the hallway that led to Corbin's room. Only Sarah, with the fierce, protective instinct of a firstborn, tried to engage with him. She would hold him, talk to him, sing him the lullabies Clara had sung to her. He would stare at her, his expression unchanging, and after a while, even Sarah's steadfast nature would break. She would hand him back to me, her face pale, and say, "He doesn't hear me, Daddy." He listening to something else. The house itself began to change. It was in the atmosphere, a subtle shift in pressure. The familiar sounds of our home, the creak of the floorboards, the hum of the refrigerator, the whisper of the wind in the oak tree took on a new quality. They became the backdrop against which another sound, or rather a lack of sound, was measured. There were moments, usually in the deep of night, when I would check on him, when I would stand in the doorway of his room and feel a profound, cellular dread. The air would be cold and still, and Corbin would be lying in his crib, not sleeping, but staring at the ceiling as if he could see straight through the plaster and the insulation, through the roof shingles, and into the vast, star-dusted emptiness beyond. I started sleeping poorly, my dreams filled with formless anxieties and the image of that unwavering, ancient gaze. Clara saw it too, but we did not speak of it. We were a team, united in the project of our family, and to give voice to the fear would be to admit a crack in the foundation of everything we had built. We talked instead of his health, his weight gain, his development. He was slow to smile, never laughed. He did not reach for toys. He was a still point in the vibrant chaos of our lives, a quiet vortex that slowly drew the energy from the rooms he occupied. Our love for him was a desperate, straining thing, a heavy obligation. It was not the fierce, joyful love we had for our other children. It was the love you might feel for a deep, dark well on your property, a respect for its presence, a fear of its depth, a nagging responsibility to keep it covered lest something fall in or something climb out. The tension extended its tendrils beyond our home. My mother, a woman who believed in a sturdy God and a good casserole, came to visit and spent an hour with Corbin on her lap. When she left, she hugged me tightly at the door, her grip fierce. "There's something not right in that child's eyes, John," she whispered, her voice trembling. "It's like he's old, older than the hills." Clara's family was less kind. Her brother, a bluff, no-nonsense man, said outright at a family barbecue, "That kid gives me the creeps." "Are you sure he is all there?" The comment hung in the summer air, a poison cloud. Clara had fled inside, and I had been left to make stiff, defensive excuses. Society, in the form of playground mothers and grocery store clerks, offered its own verdict in the form of averted eyes and uncomfortable silences. Our perfect family was now a subject of whispers. We were isolated on an island of our own making, and the sea around us was growing cold and dark. Corbin's difference became more pronounced as he grew. He never learned to speak. He would sometimes make sounds, low, guttural noises that seemed to vibrate in the chest rather than form in the throat. Sounds that had no place coming from a small child. He developed a fascination with patterns. He would sit for hours, arranging blocks not by color or shape, but in spirals and concentric circles that felt unnervingly precise. He would trace the wood grain on the floor with a single, deliberate finger. His face, a mask of concentration. He was like a scholar studying a text only he could see. The final unraveling happened on a Tuesday. It was an ordinary day, the kind of day that should be forgotten by Wednesday. Evie, now 5, was playing in the backyard near the tire swing. I was in the kitchen making sandwiches. Clara was upstairs resting. I heard Evie scream, not a cry of temper or a minor injury, but a shriek of pure, unadulterated terror. I dropped the knife and ran. I burst through the screen door to see Evie scrambling backward on the grass, her eyes wide with horror, pointing a trembling finger towards the edge of the woods. Corbin was there. He was standing at the very boundary line, the place where the grass met the pine needles. He was 3 years old. He had never walked before. He was standing perfectly upright, his small, pale body looking fragile against the immense darkness of the trees. He was not looking at Evie. He was looking into the forest, and the forest was looking back. It is difficult to describe what I saw or felt in that moment. It was not a shape, not a monster from a storybook. It was a disturbance in the air itself, a coalescence of shadow in the space between the trunks that was deeper and more solid than it should have been. It had a weight. I felt it in my teeth, a low hum that was also a pressure against my eardrums. It had a smell, the smell of wet stone and ozone, and something profoundly alien, like the scent of static electricity and forgotten places. The line was gone. The safe, certain boundary I had relied on my whole life had been erased. The darkness of the woods was no longer contained. It was bleeding into my world, and my son was the point of contact. Corbin took a step forward into the pine needles, then another. He did not walk like a toddler. His gait was sure and steady, as if he were being pulled by an invisible string. I stood frozen, a statue of fear. My daughter's terror was a fire alarm in my brain, but my body would not obey. I was a witness, not a father. I was seeing the revelation, the awful truth I had spent 3 years trying to ignore. Corbin did not belong to us. He never had. He was a creature of that other place. A key turned in a lock we never knew existed. He paused at the edge of the deepest shadow and turned his head. He looked back at me. For the first time in his life, His face held an expression I could recognize. It was not love or fear or sadness. It was recognition. It was the look one gives a fellow traveler at the beginning of a long journey, an acknowledgement of a shared path. And in that moment, I understood the terrible limit of our love. It was a love bound by the laws of our world, a world of light and sound and simple emotions. It could not follow him where he was going. Our love was a cage he was never meant to inhabit. Then he turned back and stepped into the shadow. The moment he disappeared, the pressure vanished. The hum ceased. The air returned to normal. The woods were just woods again, a familiar stand of trees at the edge of our property. The line had been redrawn, but I knew it was an illusion. The boundary was forever permeable. We called the police, of course. There were search parties with dogs that whined and refused to enter the woods. There were sympathetic looks that slowly turned to suspicion. There were news stories about the tragic disappearance of a special needs child. Clara retreated into a grief so profound it was like a physical illness. The other children were scarred, their innocence shattered. The perfect family was a ghost. We moved away from the white house with the blue shutters a year later. We had to. The silence there was no longer empty. It was filled with the echo of that terrible, understanding look. That was 20 years ago. Life, in its stubborn way, has gone on. The children are grown. Clara and I, we are still together, bound by a shared loss that is more like a phantom limb than a memory. We never speak of Corbin. There are no pictures. He is the blurred memory, the terror that was never fully present, the hole in the center of our lives that we have learned to walk around. This morning, I am an old man. I sit on the porch of our small condo, watching the rain fall on a neatly manicured lawn. There are no woods here. The boundaries are clear. Sidewalk, street, neighbor-s fence. It is a safe, sanitized world. I take a sip of my coffee. The paper is on my lap, but I am not reading it. My gaze is drawn to a puddle that has formed on the concrete path leading to our door. The rain has stopped. The surface of the puddle is perfectly still, a dark mirror reflecting the flat, gray sky. As I watch, a pattern forms on the water. It is not from the rain. It is a series of concentric circles, perfect and precise, emanating from the center as if from a single, deliberate point of contact. I feel no fear. My heart does not race. There is only a cold, quiet acceptance, the final settling of a truth I have always known. I remain still, watching. The circles continue to spread, a silent message on a dark, reflective surface. He is not lost. He is waiting. And the line between our world and his was only ever a suggestion. The screen door behind me creaked open and then slapped shut. Clara stepped out, a faded yellow dish towel in her hands. She followed my gaze to the puddle, her movements slowing to a halt. She didn't ask what I was looking at. For 20 years, we had communicated in a language of silences and avoided glances. This was just another entry in that lexicon. She stood behind my chair, one hand coming to rest on my shoulder. Her touch was light, almost hesitant, as if afraid I might dissolve under her fingers. feel the fine tremor in her hand. We watched the puddle together. The circles had stopped expanding, but the water was not still. It seemed to hold a deeper darkness now, a concentration of shadow that defied the flat light of the morning. "John," she said, and her voice was a dry rustle, the sound of leaves long dead. "I know," I said. There was nothing else to say. The search parties, the therapy, the moving trucks, the decades of carefully constructed normalcy, it had all been a temporary dam against a tide that was never truly held back. We had spent our lives building a life on top of a fault line, and now the ground was shifting again. I pushed myself up from the chair, my joints protesting. The simple action felt monumental. I walked down the 3 porch steps, my slippers soaking instantly in the wet grass. I stopped at the edge of the concrete path, looking down at the puddle. Up close, the pattern was even more unnerving. It was too perfect, too geometric to be natural. It was a signature. I knelt. The dampness seeped through the knee of my trousers, a cold shock. I leaned over, my shadow falling across the water, and peered into its depths. It was not a reflection of the sky I saw. The gray above was replaced by a profound blackness, a void that seemed to have no bottom. And in that blackness, something shifted. It wasn't a shape, just a suggestion of movement, a stirring in the abyss. A faint scent rose from the water, a smell I had not encountered in 20 years, wet stone and ozone. I felt Clara's presence behind me. She was crying, not with sobs, but with a quiet, hopeless leaking of tears. She knew, as I did, that this was not a ghost from the past. This was a current event. I reached out a hand, my fingers trembling not with fear, but with a terrible, weary resolve. I did not know what would happen when my skin touched the water. Would it be cold? Would it be like touching nothing at all? Or would it be a door? My fingertips hovered an inch above the surface. The concentric circles began again, this time radiating out from the point where my shadow fell. A summons, or a warning. From the depths of the puddle, a single dark violet petal rose to the surface. It floated there, impossibly vivid against the black water. I had never seen a flower of that color. It meant nothing to me, and yet it meant everything. It was a message in a language only I could understand. It was a token, a promise. I did not touch the water. I pulled my hand back and stood up, my old bones aching. I turned to Clara. Her face was a roadmap of our grief, but in her eyes I saw not terror, but a dreadful, exhausted understanding. The waiting was over. The story we had tried so hard to close had simply turned a page. I took her hand. It was cold. Together, we looked down at the puddle, at the single, perfect petal floating on the impossible dark. The line was here now, drawn in water on our own doorstep. And we both knew that this time, there would be no search parties. This time, the lost was finding us. The petal began to sink, slowly twisting as it was swallowed by the blackness. The water smoothed over, becoming once more an ordinary puddle, reflecting a bland, suburban sky. The moment had passed. but the silence it left behind was different. It was charged, like the air after a lightning strike. We went back inside because there was nothing else to do. The breakfast dishes were still in the sink. The coffee pot hissed on its warmer. The ordinariness of it all was a cruel joke. Clara moved to the sink, her hands gripping the counter, her head bowed. I stood by the table, lost in the pattern of the linoleum floor. What do we do? She whispered to the window above the sink. I had no answer. Do you call the police? Tell them a puddle on your path communicated with you. Do you phone the children, now adults with lives and problems of their own, and shatter the fragile peace we all negotiated? Sarah has that big presentation today, I said, the words feeling absurd. We were discussing our daughter's work schedule while standing in the aftermath of an omen. Clara turned around, her face hardened by a sudden, fierce practicality. It was the same look she had when one of the children was sick, a mask of control to hide the panic. We do nothing, she said. We wait. So we waited. The day unfolded with a terrifying normalcy. I tried to read the paper. Clara vacuumed the living room. We ate lunch at the small formica table, chewing sandwiches that tasted like dust. Every few minutes, one of us would glance out the kitchen window toward the path. The puddle was shrinking under a weak afternoon sun. By evening, it was gone. The concrete was dry. I felt a foolish surge of relief. Perhaps it had been a trick of the light, a strange confluence of rain and oil stain. Perhaps we were just two old people, our minds finally buckling under the weight of an old sorrow. I was locking the front door for the night when I saw it. On the dry concrete, exactly where the center of the puddle had been, a mark was etched into the surface. It wasn't a crack. It was a symbol, a faint, spiraling groove, as if someone had taken a stylus and carved it into the stone. It was the same pattern Corbin used to make with his blocks. I didn't call Clara. I just went to bed and lay staring at the ceiling, feeling the walls of our safe little condo thinning around us, becoming as insubstantial as tissue paper. The next morning, the symbol was gone. But on the porch swing, resting on a faded floral cushion, was a small, smooth stone. It was black, shot through with veins of that same impossible violet. It was warm to the touch, as if it had been held in a hand. Clara picked it up before I could stop her. She didn't gasp or drop it. She simply closed her fingers around it and held it tight. "He's not trying to scare us, John," she said, her voice quiet but certain. He's reminding us. He's showing us he knows the way. That was a week ago. The tokens have continued. A feather, iridescent black, left on the windshield of the car. A faint, rhythmic tapping at the living room window late at night, with nothing outside but darkness. The smell of ozone lingering in the hallway. We are not sleeping. We are waiting. The boundary is no longer at the edge of the woods. It is our front door. It is our windowsill. It is the space between heartbeats. We understand now that our love was never the cage. Our world was. And Corbin, or what he has become, is not asking for permission to come back in. He is showing us that he is already here. He has been here all along, waiting for us to finally see. The tapping came again last night, not on the window, but on the roof. A slow, deliberate percussion that moved from one side of the house to the other. I lay beside Clara, both of us pretending to be asleep in the blue glow of the digital clock. There was no point in speaking. The words had all been used up years ago. Now there was only this shared vigilance, this raw nerve of anticipation. This morning, I found a single, long scratch on the outside of the back door, about 3 feet from the ground. It was deep, a fresh white scar in the painted wood. The height was all wrong for an animal. It was the height a small child might reach. Clara saw me looking at it. She walked over and ran her fingers along the groove. "He's marking the way," she said, her voice devoid of emotion. It was a statement of fact, like noting that it might rain. She had moved beyond fear into a state of grim resignation that frightened me more than any phantom tapping ever could. I made coffee, my hands shaking so badly I sloshed water onto the counter. The routine was a lie we told ourselves, a pathetic attempt to anchor the day in normality. We sat at the table, the steam from our mugs rising between us. The silence was a physical presence, a third person in the room. Then the phone rang. The sound was so jarring, so ordinary, that I jumped. Clara's eyes met mine, wide with a shared dread. Who would call at 7:30 on a Saturday morning? I pushed back my chair and went to the wall phone in the kitchen. "Hello, Dad," it was our daughter, Sarah. Her voice was tight, strained. "I'm sorry to call so early. Sarah, what's wrong? Is everything okay?" I asked, my fatherly instincts momentarily overpowering the surreal horror of our situation. "It's probably nothing," she said, but she didn't sound convinced. "It's just, the weirdest thing happened last night. Lily couldn't sleep." Lily is my 6-year-old granddaughter. She kept saying there was a quiet man standing in the corner of her room. She said he was very still and that he had nice eyes. The floor seemed to tilt under my feet. I gripped the counter. A quiet man. Yeah, she wasn't even scared, Dad. That was the strange part. She said he felt familiar. She said he smelled like rain and old pennies. She gave a nervous laugh. Kids have such wild imaginations, right? But it felt so real to her. She was so specific. My mouth was dry. I could feel Clara's gaze burning into my back. Did she describe him? I managed to ask. Not really, just that he was quiet. And she said he left her a present. My heart stopped. A present. A little rock. A black one with some purple in it. She has it in her hand right now. She won't put it down. I couldn't speak. The world had shrunk to the sound of my daughter's voice on the phone, and the image of a small, dark stone held in a child's hand miles away. He wasn't just at our door. He was everywhere. The boundary wasn't just permeable, it was gone completely. He was reaching through, not just to us, but to the next generation. A quiet man with nice eyes. A familiar feeling. "Dad, are you still there?" "Yes," I croaked. "I'm here." "Look, I know it's silly. I had a bad dream about Corbin last night, and then this with Lily. I guess it just spooked me. I needed to hear your voice." "It's not silly," I said, the words heavy with a truth she could not possibly understand. "Keep the rock, Sarah. If Lily likes it, let her keep it." We talked for a few more minutes, empty reassurances passing between us over the wires. When I hung up, I turned to Clara. Her face was pale. She had heard enough. "He visited Lily," I said. Clara nodded slowly. She looked down at her hands, folded neatly on the table. Then she did something she hadn't done in 20 years. She began to speak about him, not as a blurred memory, but as a present reality. She said he had nice eyes, Clara whispered. All those years, we were afraid of his eyes. We thought they were empty. But maybe we were wrong. Maybe we just couldn't understand what was in them. The sun was fully up now, casting long, bright rectangles across the kitchen floor. It was going to be a beautiful day. I looked at the scratch on the door, a deliberate mark of arrival. The waiting was over. This was no longer an haunting. It was a reunion, and I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to my soul, that the next token would not be left on the porch. The next token would be himself. He came that night. There was no dramatic entrance, no crackle of energy or distortion of the air. I was in the living room, unable to sleep, watching the patterns the streetlights made on the ceiling. Clara was finally resting in bed, a deep, unnatural sleep that had claimed her a few hours before. The house was silent, the kind of silence that feels like a held breath. Then the silence changed. It wasn't broken, but filled. I felt a presence, not in the room, but in the house itself. A subtle shift in pressure that made my ears pop. I sat up on the couch, my old heart a dull, heavy drum in my chest. I didn't need to turn on a light. I knew where he was. I walked down the short hallway to the kitchen. The door to the backyard was a rectangle of dark glass. Standing on the other side, visible only as a silhouette against the distant glow of a neighbor's security light, was a figure. It was tall and slender, no longer the small boy who had stepped into the shadows, but the posture was unmistakably his. The slight tilt of the head. He didn't move. He simply waited. This was my invitation, my test. My hand was ice cold as I reached for the deadbolt. The click of the lock turning was deafening. I hesitated, my fingers on the doorknob. I thought of Sarah's phone call, of Lily's quiet man. I thought of 20 years of empty space. I turned the knob and pulled the door open. The night air was cool and carried the scent of damp earth and that faint, electric smell of ozone. He stood on the concrete step, just beyond the threshold. He didn't step inside. He was waiting for me to come out, to meet him on his terms. Up close, he was both alien and familiar. His face was pale, his features fine and sharp, and his eyes, they were not the vacant pools I remembered. They held a deep, ancient intelligence, a calm that was neither friendly nor hostile. It was simply vast. He looked at me, and I felt seen in a way I never had before, as if every secret, every fear, every private thought was laid bare. It was the same look of recognition he had given me in the woods, but matured, perfected. He raised his hand. In his palm lay another of the dark, violet-veined stones. He offered it to me, not as a gift, but as a key. I heard a soft footstep behind me. Clara was there, her hand on my arm. She was trembling, but her gaze was fixed on the figure in the doorway. There were no screams, no denials. The time for that was long past. "He's come home," she breathed, her voice thick with a grief that had finally found its object. Corbin, or the being he had become, looked from me to her. For a fleeting second, something shifted in the profound stillness of his face. It wasn't a smile, but an acknowledgement, a softening around the eyes that spoke of a connection that had not been entirely severed. Our love had been a cage for him, but it had also been a tether, and he had followed it back. He lowered his hand and turned, walking across our small, manicured lawn. He didn't disappear into a shadow this time. He walked to the center of the grass and simply stopped. Then he knelt and placed his palm flat on the ground. Where he touched, the grass darkened, not with water, but with a deep, rich blackness that spread out in a circle. The neat blades seemed to dissolve, replaced by a patch of earth that looked ancient and wild. A single, stalk-like plant pushed up from the center, unfurling a blossom of that same dark, luminous violet. The air hummed, not with the terrifying pressure of before, but with a low, resonant frequency that vibrated in my bones. It felt like a door opening, not to pull him away, but to allow his world to bleed into ours. He stood and looked back at us, standing in our kitchen doorway. He gestured, a slow, deliberate movement of his hand, inviting us to step across the new boundary he had drawn on our own lawn. Clara's grip on my arm tightened. I looked at her face, etched with a lifetime of loss, and saw not fear, but a desperate, aching hope. The safe, sanitized world we had built was an illusion. The real world, the one that held our son, was right here. It had been waiting. Together, we stepped out of the house and onto the damp grass. We walked toward him, toward the dark flower and the humming earth. We were not crossing into his world. We were finally acknowledging that his world had always been a part of ours. The line was gone. The journey was beginning again, not as a separation, but as a joining. The humming grew louder as we approached, a sound that was not in the air, but within us, a vibration that seemed to tune our very selves to a different frequency. The neat square of lawn, the fence, the neighboring houses with their dark windows, they all began to waver, as if seen through a heat haze. The world we knew was becoming insubstantial, a pale watercolor washing away. Corbin watched us, his expression unreadable yet patient. He did not move to embrace us, and I knew then that that the child who would have run into our arms was truly gone. What remained was this calm, ancient guide. Clara stopped a few feet from the dark circle of earth. She looked down at the violet flower, its petals seeming to drink the faint light from the sky. "Is it really you?" she asked, her voice a fragile thread in the humming silence. He tilted his head again, that familiar gesture that sent a jolt through my heart. "The part that remembers you is," he said. His voice was not the high, clear voice of a boy. It was a layered sound, like many whispers speaking in unison, smooth and resonant. It was the voice of the tapping on the roof and the scent of ozone. It was the voice of the quiet man in Lily's room. He extended his hand again, not holding a stone this time, but open, an invitation to step into the circle. The air above the darkened earth shimmered. I could see things moving in the periphery of the circle, not shapes, but suggestions of depth, of a landscape that folded in on itself in ways that hurt my mind to consider. I thought of Sarah, of Lily, of the life we had painstakingly constructed from the ruins of our grief. To step into that circle was to leave all of it behind forever. It was not a death, but an unbecoming of the people we had forced ourselves to be. Clara looked at me, and in her eyes I saw the same calculation, the same final weighing of anchors. Then she took my hand, her fingers lacing through mine with a strength I had forgotten she possessed. She nodded, a single, decisive dip of her chin. There were no more goodbyes to say. The only thing left was to follow. Together we stepped forward. My slipper touched the edge of the black earth. The moment my weight settled, the humming ceased. The world did not dissolve into darkness. Instead, it clarified. The hazy suburban night sharpened, but the details were all wrong. Our house was still there, but it looked faded, like a forgotten photograph. The trees in the distance were thicker, wilder, and between their trunks I could see paths that had not been there a moment before, leading into a deep, inviting gloom. The air was cooler, cleaner, filled with the smell of pine and wet stone. Corbin was now standing beside us. He was no longer a silhouette against an alien glow, but a solid presence in this altered version of our own yard. He pointed toward the woods, not the tame cluster of trees at the end of the street, but the vast, ancient forest that now seemed to press against the edge of our property. "The way is open," he said. "It has always been open. You just stopped seeing it." I understood then. He hadn't built a door. He had simply wiped the dust from a window we had boarded up 20 years ago. This other world, his world, wasn't a separate place. It was a layer of reality we had been taught to ignore, a frequency we had been deafened by our own fear and sorrow. Clara took a deep, shuddering breath, and for the first time in 2 decades, I saw the tension truly leave her shoulders. She wasn't looking at the impossible forest with terror, but with a weary recognition. "It's the same," she whispered. "It's the same as my dream." She began to walk toward the trees, her hand still in mine, pulling me gently. I followed, Corbin moving silently beside us. We left the ghost of our house behind, stepping from the manicured grass onto a carpet of soft moss. The path under our feet was firm and familiar. We were not being led away. We were being led back. The search that had ended in heartbreak was finally, impossibly, over. We were going into the woods to bring our son home, even if the boy we brought back would be forever changed. The light beneath the canopy was a deep, liquid green. The sounds of the neighborhood were gone, replaced by a chorus of unfamiliar insects and the soft rustle of things moving just out of sight. The path was clear, winding between trunks of trees that seemed older than time. Corbin walked ahead, his movements fluid and silent. He did not need to check if we were following. He knew we were. My body felt strange. The arthritic ache in my knees was gone. The constant, low-grade exhaustion that had been my companion for years had lifted. I felt light, as if I were floating. I glanced at Clara. Her steps were sure and steady, her head held high as she looked around, not with the confusion of a tourist, but with the dawning recollection of a traveler returning to a beloved country. "It's all here, John," she said, her voice full of wonder. The silver leaves, the singing stones. As she said it, I heard it too, a faint, melodic chime that seemed to come from the very rocks embedded in the soil. We walked for what felt like both minutes and hours. Time had lost its grip. The forest shifted around us, glades opening up to reveal skies of a different hue. A soft, perpetual twilight streaked with colors I had no name for. We saw creatures that were not quite deer, their coats dappled with light, watching us with intelligent, curious eyes before melting back into the shadows. There was no fear in this place, only a profound and ancient order. Corbin finally stopped beside a stream that flowed with water as clear as air. On the bank was a simple structure, a shelter woven from living branches. It was not a house, but a place of rest. He turned to us, and for the first time, I saw something like emotion in his fathomless eyes. It was a deep, quiet sorrow. "This is where I waited," he said. "When the path closed, I could not return, but I could not go further. I was caught between." Clara reached out a hand, but stopped short of touching him. "We're so sorry, Corbin. We thought we lost you. We thought it took you." "It did take me," he replied gently. "But it also gave me back. The world you knew could not hold what I was becoming. It would have broken me, or I would have broken it. This place, it allows for different shapes." He knelt by the stream and cupped his hands in the water. When he opened them, they were filled not with liquid, but with light, a swirling, gentle luminescence that pulsed with a soft warmth. "This is not an end," he said. "It is a different kind of life. You can stay here. You can be free of the weight you carried, but you cannot go back to the world as it was. That door is closed." I looked at Clara. The years of grief had fallen away from her face. She looked young again, her eyes bright with tears that were not of sadness, but of release. She nodded at me, and I knew her answer. The house, the routines, the safe, small life, it was all a ghost now. real thing was here, standing before us. "We stay," I said, my voice firm. "We're not leaving you again." A true smile, small and fragile, touched Corbin's lips. It was the most human expression I had seen on his face since he returned, and it filled me with a joy so sharp it was almost pain. He released the light from his hands, and it drifted into the air, joining other motes of brilliance that danced among the trees. He led us to the shelter. Inside, it was warm and dry, the floor covered with soft ferns. We sat, the three of us, as the twilight deepened around us. He began to speak, not in his layered whisper, but in a simpler, clearer tone. He told us of the patterns in the stars here, of the seasons that were not seasons, of the quiet rhythm of this world. He did not tell us of monsters or terrors. He spoke of beauty and of a peace that was beyond human understanding. We were not two old people anymore, buckling under an old sorrow. We were just John and Clara, sitting with their son as they never had been able to before. The search was over. We had found what was lost, and in doing so, we had found ourselves again. The woods had given him back, and in return, we had given it ourselves. It was, finally, a fair trade. The light from the stream was our only lamp. We sat for a long time, listening to Corbin-esque quiet stories. He spoke of watching us, of the silent, patient years he had spent just beyond the veil, learning the textures of our world even as he grew into his own. He had seen Sarah grow up, a flickering image seen through a tear in the fabric. He had left the stone for Lily not to frighten her, but as an anchor, a piece of his reality to assure her she was not dreaming. Clara eventually slept, her head resting against my shoulder, her breathing deep and even. I stayed awake, watching Corbin as he sat by the water's edge. He was perfectly still, yet I sensed an immense activity within him, a consciousness attuned to the whisper of every leaf and the turning of hidden stars. "What happens now?" I asked, my voice barely disturbing the stillness. "To the world we left." He turned his head slowly. "It continues. It will forget you quickly. The house will stand empty, then someone new will come. They will feel a sense of peace there, but they will not know why. Your story will become a rumor, then a faint echo, and then it will be gone. It should have felt like a death, but it didn't. It felt like a gentle release. And Sarah, Lily, they are protected," he said. "The connection is made. Lily will remember her quiet man as a kind dream. Sarah will feel a sense of closure she cannot explain. The sharp edge of their grief will soften. It is the best gift I can give them." I believed him. The relentless worry that had been a part of me for so long simply dissolved. There was no need for it here. This was a place beyond worry. As dawn approached in this world, a slow brightening that painted the sky in shades of pearl and amethyst, I felt a change in the air. Corbin stood and walked to the center of the small clearing. He looked at us, and I knew it was time. "The adjustment is not easy," he said. "The body must learn new rules. The mind must learn to see what is truly here." He gestured for us to join him. Clara woke, her eyes clear. We stood before him, holding hands. He placed his hands on our shoulders. A current, not of electricity, but of pure understanding, flowed through me. I saw the network of life around us, the intricate connections between the soil, the trees, the air, the light. I saw that we were now a part of that web. Then I looked at Clara. The lines on her face were smoothing, not into youth, but into a kind of timeless clarity. Her hair seemed to hold strands of the same light that danced on the stream. When I looked down at my own hands, the age spots were fading, not to reveal young skin, but something else, a transparency, a resilience that felt more real, more solid than my old body ever had. We were not becoming young again. We were becoming what we were always meant to be here. We were shedding the skin of the world that had hurt us. Corbin lowered his hands. It is done. He turned and began to walk deeper into the forest, along a path that glimmered into existence with each step he took. We followed, not as weary parents following a lost child, but as companions on a long, open road. The woods embraced us, and for the first time since that day 20 years ago, I felt no fear of the shadows between the trees. They were not empty. They were full of life, and now we were a part of it. The path ahead was endless, and we walked it together. The days that followed had no names. We learned the rhythms of the light, the times of quiet, and the times of song. We ate fruits that tasted of memory, and drank from streams that quenched a thirst we hadn't known we carried. Our bodies grew lighter, our senses sharper. We could hear the thoughts of the dappled creatures not as words, but as gentle intentions, like a soft push on a current. Corbin was our guide, but he was also letting us go. He taught us how to listen to the forest, how to find the edible roots and the leaves that healed. He showed us how to weave a shelter that would grow with the living branches. He was preparing us to be on our own. One evening, as we sat by a pool that reflected not the sky, but a constellation of inner light, he spoke. "You are ready," he said. "The forest knows you now. It will provide." Clara looked at him, her expression serene. "And you, will you stay with us?" He shook his head, a slow, graceful movement. "My path leads deeper. I have been still for too long. There are other layers, other frequencies to explore. My work here is finished." There was no sadness in his announcement, only a simple truth. He was not our son to keep. He was a guide who had returned us to our true home. The next morning, he was gone. There was no farewell, no dramatic departure. We simply woke and felt his absence, a quiet space where his powerful presence had been. But the forest did not feel empty. It felt complete. We could feel him, a distant, steady hum in the fabric of everything. A star we knew was shining even when we couldn't see it. We continued to explore. We found waterfalls that fell silently into pools of mist. We found meadows where flowers changed color with the time of day. We never felt lost. The concept itself had become meaningless. We were where we were supposed to be. One afternoon, we came to a place that felt familiar. It was a small, sunny clearing ringed by silver-barked trees. In the center was a flat, gray stone. Clara walked to it and placed her hand on its surface. A look of profound peace settled on her face. "This is it, John," she said. "This is the place from my dream. The place I always knew we would find. We built our permanent shelter at the edge of that clearing. It was not a house, but a part of the landscape. Years, or what felt like years, drifted by. We did not age. We simply became more integrated, our life force intertwined with the pulsing energy of the world around us. One day, I saw a flicker at the edge of the clearing. It was not an animal. It was a shimmer like a heat haze, and within it, I saw a glimpse of a familiar kitchen. A young woman was there, washing a dish at the sink. She had Sarah's eyes. She paused and looked up, directly toward the shimmer, a faint, puzzled smile on her face. Then the image faded. It was just a glimpse, a thread of connection stretching across realities. There was no pull, no longing, only a quiet acknowledgement that the story we had left behind was continuing. And it was well. Clara came to stand beside me, having seen it too. She took my hand. Our hands were smooth and strong, etched not with age, but with the gentle patterns of the light that lived here. "We are home," she said. And we were. The long search was over. The lost were found. We had not just found our son. We had found the world where we truly belonged, and in it, we had found each other again forever. The silence of the woods was no longer a threat. It was a conversation, and we were finally learning how to listen. The conversation deepened with the years. We learned to speak without words, our thoughts blending with the rustle of leaves and the soft hum of the earth. The clearing became a nexus of quiet energy, a place where the veil felt especially thin. Sometimes we would see other flickers, glimpses of lives being lived in that other, harder world. A child laughing in a yard we almost recognized. A man planting a tree. They were like reflections on the surface of our pool, brief and beautiful, then gone. We never tried to reach through. That was not our purpose anymore. Our purpose was simply to be, to add our piece to the balance of this place. We were stewards of the silence, guardians of the threshold. One evening, as the light faded into its deepest, most velvety blue, a new presence arrived. It was not a shimmer, but a solid form stepping from between the trees. A woman, her form initially indistinct, as if she were deciding how solid to be. She looked around the clearing with a calm curiosity, then her gaze settled on us. Her eyes were old, far older than the youthful shape she had chosen to wear. "You have tended this gate well," she said. Her voice was like the sound of wind through high, lonely places. Clara stood, not in alarm, but in welcome. "We didn't know it was a gate. All places of deep peace are," the woman replied. "They are anchors. They keep the worlds from drifting too far apart." She walked to the center of the clearing and knelt, placing her palm on the moss. A soft pulse of light radiated from her touch. "The one who brought you here has opened many such gates. He is a weaver of connections. You are his first anchors, the most important ones. A profound understanding settled upon me. Corbin had not just saved us. He had used our love, our unbreakable bond, to forge a permanent link. Our presence here was an act of creation, not just an escape. Will we see him again? Clara asked, her voice full of a quiet hope. The woman smiled. You feel him in every leaf. You hear him in the stream. He is not gone. He is simply the forest now, and you are a part of it with him. She stood, her form beginning to soften at the edges, blending with the twilight. Your watch is long, but it is not endless. When you are ready to journey deeper, others will come to take your place. With that, she faded, becoming one with the shadows under the trees. We were alone again, but the clearing felt different. It felt more significant, more sacred. We were not just residents. We were keepers. The cycles turned. We watched the strange constellations wheel overhead. We learned the songs of the crystal insects that emerged at certain tides of light. Our past lives felt like a story we had read long ago, poignant but distant. One day, I realized I could no longer clearly picture the face of the man I had been, the one who had worried about mortgages and pruning the roses. That man was a ghost. I was something else now, something more real. I looked at Clara and saw the same transformation. She was a being of light and wisdom, her love for me a constant, steady force like gravity. We had become a legend, but not one that would be told in the world we left. We were a legend the forest told itself, the parents who stayed, the love that became a place. And in the quiet heart of our clearing, under the soft glow of an alien moon, we knew this was the true story. It wasn't about loss. It was about becoming. And our becoming had only just begun. Story 2. The light in the hallway did not hold steady. It was not the fault of the bulb. A dusty glass pair hanging from a chain thick with the grime of decades. Nor was it the wiring, ancient and brittle, as a bird-esque skeleton within the walls. The light itself seemed to breathe. It would swell, casting the faded floral pattern of the wallpaper into sharp, malignant relief. And then it would recede, pulling the shadows close like a blanket. A slow and tidal rhythm that had nothing to do with me or my heartbeat. I stood at my bedroom door, my hand on the cold porcelain knob, and I watched it. This was the first ritual of the night. To watch the breathing light, to ensure its rhythm remained familiar, a lullaby and not a war drum. Downstairs, I could hear the other ritual, the soft, precise clatter of my sister, Lexi, setting the table for our evening meal. 2 plates, 2 forks, 2 knives placed exactly 1 inch from the edge of the walnut table. 2 water glasses, filled precisely 3/4 full. The sounds were a map of our life, a cartography of control drawn against the formless wilderness beyond our windows. The house was our sanctuary, a massive, sighing creature of wood and memory that stood on a hill overlooking the town of Cinderwich. The town itself was a smudge of light in the valley, a place we never visited. They had their own rituals there, ones that did not include us, not since the tragedy. Annabelle Lexi's voice floated up the stairs, not loud, but precise, a needle threading the dim air. It's time. I took one last look at the light. It swelled, and for a moment, I saw a long shadow stretch from the closed door of our Uncle Camden's room at the far end of the hall. A shadow that was too thin, too tall. Then the light receded, and the shadow was gone. I released the breath I hadn't realized I was holding and went down. Lexi was already seated, her back straight, her hands folded in her lap. She was 7 years my senior, but in the failing light of the dining room, she could have been ageless, a portrait of quiet endurance. Her hair, the same corn silk blonde as mine, was pulled back in a severe bun that sharpened the elegant lines of her face. My own hair was a wilder thing. Forever escaping the braids I tried to contain it with. The light was breathing heavily tonight. I said, taking my seat. Lexi's eyes, the color of a winter sky, flickered to me. The wind is picking up. It always agitates the house. She picked up her fork. Eat. The soup will get cold. We ate in a silence that was our native language. The soup was potato and leek, bland and comforting. Every sound was amplified. The scrape of my spoon against the bowl, the settling of the house around us, a groan of timber that was like an old man shifting in his sleep. This was our normality, a careful, curated existence built on the twin pillars of routine and avoidance. We did not speak of our parents, whose faces were blurred photographs in our minds. We did not speak of the fire that had taken them, a conflagration that had not been an accident, though the official report, typed on crisp paper in a distant city, had labeled it as such. We did not speak of Uncle Camden, who lived in the sealed room upstairs, who was tended to by a nurse from town, a grim-faced woman named Agnes, who came and went with the silence of a ghost. We simply were. Two sisters in a house on a hill, holding the world at bay. The first omen came with the rain, 2 days later. It was a hard, relentless rain that beat against the windows like thousands of tiny fists. I was in the library, attempting to dust the shelves of books that no one had read in a generation, when I heard the distinct crunch of gravel on the driveway. No one came up our drive. The mail was left in a rusty box at the foot of the hill. Agnes came on Tuesdays and Fridays, and this was a Thursday. I went to the window, wiping a circle in the condensation on the glass. A car, a low-slung, mud-spattered thing the color of a bruise, was parked askew near the front porch. A man was getting out, his collar turned up against the downpour. He was tall and lean, with a face that was both unfamiliar and unsettlingly known. He had our father's jawline, but his eyes, even from this distance, held a restless, hungry light that our father's gentle gaze had never possessed. Lexi was already at the door when I reached the front hall. She hadn't opened it. She stood with her hand on the deadbolt, her body rigid. "Who is it?" I whispered, though I knew she didn't know. The knock came then, not a friendly rap, but a series of hard, impatient blows that shook the heavy oak door in its frame. Lexi unlocked the door and opened it a few inches, the chain still fastened. The wind and rain whipped into the hall, carrying the smell of wet earth and gasoline. "Yeah, hello," the man said, his voice a dry rasp. "I am looking for Lexi and Annabelle Shaw. Who are you?" Lexi's voice was colder than the rain. Mark Shaw, your cousin. My father was Robert Shaw." He said the name like it should mean something, a key that would automatically turn the lock. There was a long silence. I could feel the wrongness of him seeping through the crack in the door, an intrusion of the outside world that threatened the delicate ecosystem of our house. Robert Shaw was our father's brother, a man who had vanished years before the fire, a subject never discussed. "We have no cousin," Lexi said flatly. "Well, that's biologically inaccurate," Mark replied, a smirk in his voice. "Look, it's pissing rain out here. I've driven a long way. Least you can do is let me in for a cup of coffee. I have news about your Uncle Camden." That was the hook, baited with the one name that could compel Lexi. She looked at me, her eyes wide with a warning I couldn't fully decipher. Then, with a sigh that seemed to carry the weight of all our shared years, she slid the chain back and opened the door. Mark Shaw stepped into our hall, and the house seemed to shrink back from him. He dripped water on the Persian rug, his eyes scanning the dim space with an appraiser's cold curiosity. He was younger than I'd thought, perhaps in his late 20s, but there was a worn, weathered quality to him, like a coin that had been passed through too many hands. "So this is the old place," he said, his gaze landing on me. "You must be Annabelle." I did not answer. I just watched the water drip from his leather jacket and form a dark, expanding stain on the floor, a Rorschach blot of disruption. His arrival was the stone dropped into the still pond of our lives, and the ripples began immediately. The rituals felt hollow, performed by rote rather than conviction. The breathing light in the hallway seemed to hitch and stutter when Mark passed beneath it. He was a vortex of unease. He asked questions. Why was the town so dead? Why did people in the single grocery store we sometimes dared to visit fall silent when we approached? What exactly had happened to our parents? And what was wrong with Uncle Camden, who he insisted on seeing, though Lexi forbade it? "He is sick," she told him, her voice tight. "He needs quiet." "Family is family," Mark countered, his tone always laced with that mocking reasonableness. "And I've come a long way to connect with what's left of mine." He claimed he was a writer, gathering material for a book about forgotten New England families. He said there were stories about our family, about this house, stories that the people in Cinderwich whispered in the back rooms of their bars. Stories about the Shaw curse. Lexi dismissed it as superstition, but I listened. I found myself drawn to his unsettling energy, to the way he made the familiar strange. He made me see the house not as a sanctuary, but as a prison. He made me see Lexi not as a protector, but as a warden. The omens accumulated like dust in a locked room, I began to find things out of place. A book lying open on a table in the library, its pages describing local folklore about entities that fed on sorrow. A framed photograph of our parents, usually face down in a drawer placed upright on my bedside table, their smiling faces now seeming to hold a grimace of pain. I would wake in the middle of the night to the sound of footsteps in the hall, too heavy to be Lexi S., too purposeful to be the house settling. I opened my door to see the breathing light pulsing erratically, and from behind Uncle Camden S. door, I would hear a new sound, a low, wet scratching, like a dog trying to dig its way out of a grave. I confronted Lexi. He S. looking through our things. He S. trying to upset us. We were in the kitchen, the heart of the house, where the smell of drying herbs usually comforted me. Now, the air felt thick, suffocating. He leave soon, she said, scrubbing a pot with a ferocity that was unlike her. He S. just a scavenger. He smells something here, something he thinks he can use. Use for what? I pressed. What does he want, Lexi? What is he really doing here? She stopped scrubbing, her knuckles white on the brush handle. She wouldn't look at me. He wants what they always want, to poke at the wound, to see if it still bleeds. The revelation came on a night when the wind screamed around the house like a chorus of the damned. Mark had been with us for 2 weeks. The tension was a taut wire running through every room. I couldn't sleep. The scratching from Uncle Camden S. room was louder than ever, a frantic, desperate sound. I left my room and saw a sliver of yellow light under Mark S. door. I moved closer, drawn by a terrible need to know. I heard his voice, low and intense. He wasn't alone. He was on the phone. No, it is all true, he was saying. The old man is still alive, locked away upstairs. The sisters are the key. They were keeping it contained, just like you said. The rituals, the isolation, it is a holding pattern. A pause. The town is terrified of them. They want to talk, but their faces say everything. Another pause, then a low laugh. Don't worry about the money. Once I get to the old man, once I get his confirmation, the book won't just be a book. It be a confession. And we on the whole damn story. I backed away from the door, my blood turned to ice. He wasn't just a writer. He was a grave robber, a parasite. He was going to use us, to expose us, to tear open the wound for profit. And he was going to disturb Uncle Camden. That was the one thing we were never, ever to do. Lexi had drilled that into me since I was a child. Camden S. room was sealed for a reason. The balance was fragile. I ran to Lexi S. room, bursting in without knocking. She was sitting by the window, staring out at the storm-racked night. I poured out what I had heard, my words tumbling over each other. When I finished, she was silent for a long time. Then she turned to me, and her face was a mask of grim resignation. He forced our hand. Annabelle. What do you mean? We have to make him leave. Now. It is too late for that, she said, her voice eerily calm. He knows too much. He stirred the pot. The only way to restore the balance is to show him. To show him what he is so desperate to see. Show him what? I cried, terror rising in my throat. Lexi, what is in Camden's room? She stood up and took my hand. Her grip was like iron. The truth, the thing that didn't die in the fire. The climax unfolded not as a sudden explosion, but as a slow, dreadful unveiling. Lexi led me from her room. She did not go to Mark's door. Instead, she went to the hall closet and took out a large iron key, the one that always hung on a hook, hidden behind a heavy winter coat. It was the key to Camden's room. She walked down the breathing hallway, the key held before her like a weapon. I followed, my legs weak. She stopped at Mark's door and knocked. He opened it, looking annoyed, then intrigued when he saw the key in her hand. Change of heart, he asked. A revelation, Lexi said, her voice hollow. You wanted to know about the Shockers. You wanted to meet your uncle. Come. We walked the length of the hall to the forbidden door. The scratching from within had stopped, replaced by a profound, listening silence. The breathing light above us grew dim, as if the house itself was holding its breath. Lexi slid the key into the lock. The sound was a gunshot in the quiet. She turned it. The mechanism clunked with a finality that shook my soul. She pushed the door open. The room was not a room. It was a chamber. There were no windows. The walls were not covered in wallpaper, but in layers of symbols, painted in a dull, reddish-brown substance that I knew, with a primal certainty, was not paint. The air was thick and sweetly rotten, the smell of old meat and forgotten flowers. And in the center of the room, sitting in a high-backed chair, was Uncle Camden. But it was not a man, not anymore. It was a shape, a semblance of a man, woven from shadows and a substance that seemed to absorb the light from the single candle guttering on a small table beside it. Its skin was pulled taut over a frame that was all wrong, the joints bending in impossible directions. Its face was a pale, featureless oval, except for the mouth, which was a wide, dark slash. And from that mouth came a low, continuous hum, a sound that vibrated in my teeth and bones. What is this? Mark whispered, his bravado gone, replaced by a raw, trembling fear. This is what remained, Lexi said, her voice barely audible. The fire didn't kill it. It just unmade him. It fed on the tragedy, on the pain. It grew inside him. Our parents didn't die in a fire, Mark. They were taken, absorbed. This thing, this hunger, is what is left of our family. Our parents are in there, pieces of them. And we keep it here. We feed it with our silence, with our rituals. We keep it sleeping. The thing in the chair shifted. The featureless head turned slowly toward the door, toward us. The humming stopped. The dark slash of a mouth opened wider. Mark made a sound, a choked gasp. He stumbled back, but Lexi grabbed his arm, her strength inhuman. You wanted to see, she hissed. You woke it up. It is hungry. The thing that was Uncle Camden began to rise from the chair. It didn't use muscles or bones. It unfolded, stretching upward like smoke, yet it had a terrible solidity. The sweet, rotten smell intensified, becoming a physical pressure in the room. It reached out a limb, a long, thin appendage that ended in something that was not a hand. Mark screamed, a short, sharp sound that was cut off as the thing touched him. It didn't grab or strike. It simply made contact, and Mark dissolved. His form lost its coherence. His colors ran like wet ink, and he flowed into the thing, his scream becoming a part of its hum, a new, discordant note of terror added to its symphony. I stood frozen, unable to move, unable to scream. I watched as my cousin was unmade, consumed by the living embodiment of our family's grief. Then it turned to me. Lexi stepped in front of me. "No," she said, her voice firm. "Not her. It's me you want. It's always been me. I am the older one, the strong one. The pain is mine to carry." The thing hesitated, its attention shifting to her. It seemed to consider her. The hum changed pitch, becoming almost questioning. "Annabelle," Lexi said, without turning around. "Close the door, lock it." "No, Lexi," I sobbed. "Do it," she commanded, her voice breaking. "It's the only way, the balance. One of us has to stay. One of us has to feed it. It's my turn." The thing flowed toward her. I saw its shadowy form envelop her. She did not scream. She stood straight, accepting it. Her body seemed to blur at the edges, her substance leaching away into the hungry darkness. Her eyes met mine for one last, agonizing second, filled with a love so vast and terrible it shattered me. Then she was gone. I slammed the door. My hands shaking, I turned the key. The lock clicked shut. From within, the humming resumed, a low, satisfied thrum that now contained the essence of my sister, my cousin, my parents, my entire world. My mind broke then. It did not shatter, it unraveled, a spool of thread rolling away into a dark corner. The hallway light was still breathing, but its rhythm was different now, slower, sated. I walked away from the door, down the stairs, through the silent house. I went out onto the porch. The storm had passed. The air was clean and cold. The lights of Cinderwich twinkled in the valley below, a world away. But I was no longer part of that world. I was the keeper of the house, the warden of the hunger, the last Shah. I feel myself receding now, like the light in the hall. The memories are becoming more vivid than the present. I am 7 years old, and Lexi is braiding my hair on the front porch, her fingers gentle and sure. The sun is warm on my face. I am 5, and my mother is singing a lullaby, her voice a soft melody that smells of lavender. I am 3, and my father is lifting me onto his shoulders, and I am flying, flying above the world, safe and loved. The house is quiet behind me. It is content. It is sleeping. And I am going back to a time before the fire, before the shadow, before the lock and the key. Back to when the light was just light, and it held perfectly, perfectly steady. I am still on the porch. The wood is damp and cold beneath my bare feet. The memory of the sun is so strong I can almost feel it. But but the night air holds a chill that goes straight through my nightgown. The real world is a faint, distant impression, like a watermark on thick paper. The past is the bold, clear text. I turn and go back inside. The door swings shut behind me with a soft click. The house welcomes me. It feels different, fuller. The air is heavier, carrying the weight of the new voices added to its chorus. I walk through the parlor, my hand trailing over the back of a velvet chair. I do not need to look to know that every surface is free of dust. The house takes care of itself now. It maintains the stage. I climb the stairs. The breathing light pulses in a slow, deep rhythm, the rise and fall of a slumbering beast. I do not look at the door at the end of the hall. I don't need to. I can feel its presence, a dense knot of silence. I pass my own room and go into Lexi S. Her scent still lingers here, a mix of dried chamomile and the faint, sharp smell of her anxiety. Her bed is neatly made. A book lies open on her nightstand, a placeholder for a life interrupted. I pick it up. It is a book of poetry, the pages thin and soft. I close it and place it on the shelf. The room must be kept ready. It is part of the ritual now. I sit in the chair by the window, the one where she sat just hours ago, staring out at the storm. Now the night is clear. The moon is a sliver of bone in the sky. I am not waiting for anything. I am simply being. The warden, the anchor. A sound pulls me from my reverie. It is not the humming. It is a practical, domestic sound. The soft clatter of a key in the front door locked downstairs. Footsteps in the hall. Agnes. It is Friday. She has come to tend to Uncle Camden. I rise and go to the top of the stairs. Agnes is hanging her wet coat on the stand. She is a woman of routine, her movements economical and precise. She looks up and sees me. Her face, usually a mask of professional detachment, registers a flicker of surprise. She is not used to seeing me awake at this hour. "Miss Annabelle," she says, her voice low. "Is everything all right?" I descend the stairs slowly. The house feels still around us, watchful. There has been a change, Agnes. She looks past me, up the stairs toward the sealed room. "Your uncle. My cousin Mark was here. He was curious." I stop at the bottom step, level with her. He is with Uncle Camden now, permanently, and Lexi has joined them. Agnes' eyes widen. She understands. She has always understood more than she let on. She has been part of this balancing act for years, her silence part of the payment. She looks at me, really looks at me, and I see the calculation in her gaze. She is assessing the new keeper. She is wondering if the balance will hold. "I see," she says finally. There is no shock, no horror, only a weary acceptance. The arrangements will continue, I say. As always, your services are still required. She gives a single, sharp nod. Very well. She picks up her medical bag, a small, worn leather case. It has never contained anything that could help the thing in the room. It is a prop, like everything else. Shall I attend to him? Yes, but be quick. It is sleeping deeply. We must not disturb it. She moves past me and up the stairs. I do not follow. I hear the soft tread of her feet on the runner, the faint jingle of the key as she takes it from its new hiding place. I hear the lock turn. The door does not open with a groan, but with a sigh. A moment of silence, then the door closes again. The lock clicks back into place. Agnes comes back down. Her face is pale, but her hands are steady. It is done. Thank you, Agnes. I walk with her to the door. Next Tuesday, then. As always, Miss Annabelle. She pulls on her coat and steps out into the pre-dawn gray. She does not look back. I close the door and slide the deadbolt. The house is quiet again, but it is a different quiet. It is the quiet of a full stomach. I am alone, but I am not lonely. I am surrounded by my family. They are in the walls, in the floorboards, in the very air I breathe. Lexi is here. She is in the way the floor creaks near the kitchen, a sound that used to mean she was bringing me tea. She is in the scent of chamomile that still clings to the upholstery. I go to the kitchen and put the kettle on. The flame on the stove is a steady blue eye. I make a cup of tea the way Lexi liked it, with a spoonful of honey. I carry it into the library. The book Mark had been reading still lies open on the table. I close it and slide it back onto the shelf. The title means nothing. The stories inside are just stories. The real story is here, in this house. It is a story that is no longer written, but sustained. I sit in my Father S. old armchair. The leather is cracked and worn. I sip my tea and watch the sky through the window lighten from black to gray to a soft, pearly pink. The world is waking up. Down in the valley, people are starting their days. They will go to work. They will talk to their neighbors. They will live their lives. They will glance up at this house on the hill and feel a shiver they cannot explain. They will call it a curse. They are not entirely wrong. But it is my curse, my inheritance, my family. The sun breaks over the horizon, flooding the room with a gentle light. It is morning. The house is still. I set my empty cup on the saucer. The click of porcelain is the only sound. I lean my head back against the chair and close my eyes. I can feel them all around me, a comforting presence. The house breathes in and out, and I breathe with it. The days began to fold into one another, seamless and quiet. I performed the rituals without thought, my movements precise and ingrained. I dusted surfaces that were already clean. I arranged the dried herbs in the kitchen. I walked the perimeter of the house at dusk, a slow circuit that felt less like a chore and more like a heartbeat. The house was content. Its hunger was a dormant thing, a low thrum in the foundation that I felt through the soles of my feet. Sometimes, in the deep silence of the afternoon, I would hear it. Not the humming, but something else. A whisper that was almost a word, a cadence that reminded me of Lexi S.'s way of speaking. It was never clear enough to understand, but it was a comfort. She was not gone. She was just part of the chorus now. A week after Agnes S.'s visit, there was a knock at the door. It was a firm, official sound that echoed strangely in the still air. I opened it to to find Sheriff Evans standing on the porch, his hat in his hands. His face was grim. "Annabelle," he said, his voice softer than I expected. "I am sorry to bother you. I simply waited." The door felt like a barrier between two worlds. "It asks about your cousin Mark," he continued, shifting his weight. "His publisher filed a missing persons report. He was last seen heading up this way. Have you seen him?" I looked past the sheriff at the overgrown path that led to town. "He was here," I said. My voice sounded distant, even to me. "He left." "Left when?" "After he got what he came for." The answer felt true in its own way. The sheriff's eyes searched my face. He was looking for a lie, for a flicker of guilt. He found only a calm, placid emptiness. He knew the stories about this house. He had grown up with them. He saw the absolute stillness in my eyes, the lack of any human worry, and he took a half step back. "Did he say where he was going?" He asked, but the question was weak now, a formality. Didn't he say anything when he left?" I said. That, too, was true. The sheriff nodded slowly. He looked past me into the dim hall. He saw the clean floors, the orderly space, the breathing light pulsing gently in the gloom. He saw a house that was too quiet, too still. A house that had swallowed its secrets whole. "All right, Annabelle," he said, putting his hat back on. "You let me know if you hear from him." "I want tea," I said. He turned and walked away. His footsteps hurried on the gravel path. I closed the door. The lock engaged with a solid, final sound. I knew he would not be back. The town had its story, and now it had its confirmation. The Shaw house had taken another one. They would leave us alone. I went upstairs and stood before the door at the end of the hall. I placed my palm flat against the wood. It was warm. I could feel the vibration of the hum, a contented purr. I thought of Mark S. arrogance, Lexi S. sacrifice, the terrible love that had bound us all here. There was no anger left, no fear. There was only the balance. I am the last Shaw, but I am not alone. I am the keeper of the silence, the guardian of the gate. The world outside continues to turn, a blur of noise and motion. But in here, time has curved back on itself. The past is present. The light in the hall breathes in and out. And I am home. The seasons turned. The leaves on the oaks around the house blazed with autumn fire and then fell, leaving the branches skeletal against a gray sky. Winter came, and with it, a deep snow that silenced the world, burying the path to town. I didn't mind the isolation. It felt like an extension of the house's peace. I saw no one but Agnes, whose Tuesday visits were marked by a new, unspoken deference. She would arrive, perform her duties, and leave with a quiet nod, her eyes never quite meeting mine. One afternoon in the dead of winter, I was in the library reading an old botanical text when a sound broke the silence. It was not from the house. It was the crunch of tires on the frozen drive, a sound so alien it took me a moment to place it. I went to the window and peered through the lace curtain. A car, sleek and and unfamiliar, was parked behind Agnes' old truck. A man in a dark overcoat was walking toward the porch. A coldness that had nothing to do with the weather settled in my chest. The balance was delicate. Strangers were a threat. The knock was assertive. I opened the door just enough to see him. He was young, with a sharp, intelligent face. He held up a leather-bound identification wallet. MS. Shaw. I am Dr. Alastair Finch. I am with the university. I am following up on the work of your late cousin Mark. I said nothing. The wind whipped around him, tugging at his coat. He was corresponding with our department about local folklore. He continued, undeterred. Specifically, the history of this property. His last communication indicated he made a significant discovery. We were concerned when he stopped responding. There is nothing here for you, I said, my voice flat. With all due respect, Ms. Shaw, a man has vanished. His work suggested this house is a unique repository of something quite extraordinary. I wonder if I might come in for a moment to see his notes. He took a step forward. It was a small movement, but it was an intrusion. The house seemed to tighten around me. The breathing light in the hall flickered, its rhythm quickening. I felt a corresponding quickening in my own pulse, a protective surge that was not entirely my own. My cousin was a writer of fiction, I said. There are no notes. You are not welcome here. His eyes gleamed with an academic hunger, a pale echo of Mark S. The stories about this place are quite compelling. The so-called curse, the strange lights, the family tragedies. Mark believed it was more than just legend. He thought it was a tangible phenomenon. He was trying to see past me into the hall. I felt the thing at the end of the hall stir in its sleep. A low thrum, inaudible but felt, traveled through the floorboards. The house was waking. It is tangible, I said softly, and it is hungry. Leave now. A flicker of unease crossed his face, but his curiosity was stronger. MS. Shaw, if you ray in some kind of trouble. I did not wait for him to finish. I began to close the door. He put a hand out to stop it. The moment his fingers touched the old wood, a jolt went through the house. The breathing light above us flared, casting a sudden, sickly green glow. From upstairs came a sound, a dry, rustling scrape, like something heavy being dragged across the floor. Dr. Finch snatched his hand back, his face pale. What was that? That, I whispered, is the phenomenon. It knows you ray here. His bravado cracked. He looked from my calm, empty face to the pulsating light in the terrifying hall, and he heard the scraping sound grow louder, closer. It was at the top of the stairs now. He stumbled back, his professionalism gone, replaced by primal fear. My God, he breathed. He turned and ran to his car, fumbling with the keys. I closed the door and locked it. I heard the engine roar to life, and the tires spin on the ice before catching and speeding away. Silence returned, but it was a charged silence. The house was agitated. The light pulsed erratically. The scraping had stopped, but I could feel a focused attention from upstairs, a waiting presence. It had been offered a scent, a promise of new pain, new knowledge, and it had been denied. I walked to the bottom of the stairs and looked up. The hallway was dark, the light now a faint, slow beat. "It is all right," I said aloud, my voice steadying the quiet. "He is gone. There is only me." I felt the attention shift, settling back onto me, the anchor. The rhythm of the light began to slow, to deepen, returning to the steady in and out of slumber. The house was settling, but I knew then that the outside world would not give up so easily. The hunger of men like Mark and Dr. Finch was a different kind of curse, but it was just as relentless. They would be back. They would always be back. But I would be here. I turned and walked back to the library, to my chair by the window. The snow was beginning to fall again, thick and fast, covering the tracks of the departed car. It was just the house and me again, just the family. I picked up my book, but I did not read. I simply sat, listening to the quiet hum that was now the sound of my own blood, and waited for the long night to pass. The snow fell for 3 days, sealing us in a perfect, silent world. The house seemed to appreciate the added insulation. The way the drifts, piled high against the foundations, muffled even the memory of sound. I spent the time tending to the small, necessary tasks. My movements, a quiet counterpoint to the house's breath. I felt a new vigilance now, a sharpening of my senses. The visit from Dr. Finch had been a tear in the fabric of our peace, a reminder that the barrier between this world and the other was thin and constantly tested. When the snow finally stopped, the silence was absolute. I put on Lexi's old winter boots and my heavy wool coat and went outside. The sun on the snow was blinding. I walked the perimeter, as was my habit, but this time I was checking the fences, the gates, the boundaries. The snow was pristine, unmarked by any track but my own. It was a relief. I returned to the warmth of the kitchen, stamping snow from my boots. The house felt watchful, approving of my patrol. As I unwound my scarf, I noticed something. A faint, sweet smell. It was out of place, a note of decay amidst the clean scents of wood and dried herbs. I followed it through the parlor and into the main hall. There, on the small table beneath the breathing light, was a single, perfect apple. It was deep red, polished to a high shine. It had not been there when I left. I picked it up. It was cold and firm. The scent was cloying, too sweet, like fruit just on the verge of turning. This was not something from our cellar. This was an offering, a test. I looked up the stairs toward the sealed door. The house was utterly still, waiting. I understood. The thing inside, the heart of the hunger, was not just sleeping. It was dreaming. And its dreams could manifest in small, unsettling ways. This was a gift, or a taunt. I did not throw the apple away. That would be an insult. Instead, I carried it to the kitchen. I took a knife from the block and sliced it neatly in half. flesh inside was white and crisp. I placed one half on the windowsill, an offering to the cold world outside. The other half I ate slowly, the juice tart on my tongue. It was a communion, an acceptance. Agnes came the following Tuesday. She noticed the change in the air immediately, the new layer of tension beneath the calm. She performed her duties with a tightened jaw, her movements even more efficient than usual. As she was leaving, she paused at the door, her hand on the knob. There was a man, she said, not looking at me, asking questions in town, a university man. I know, I said. He was here. She finally turned, her eyes filled with an old, weary fear. He was talking about Mark, about the house. He said there were energies here, that they could be studied. They cannot be studied, I replied. They can only be fed. Agnes swallowed hard. Gathering interest. There may be others. Let them come. She looked at me for a long moment, and I saw the understanding dawn in her eyes. She was not just looking at Annabelle Shaw. She was looking at the house itself, its well-made flesh. She gave a curt nod and stepped out into the cold. I closed the door. The lock clicked into place with a sound of finality. I turned and faced the silent hall. The breathing light pulsed, a slow, deliberate rhythm. I could feel the presence behind the door, vast and patient. It was no longer just a secret to be kept. It was a truth to be defended. The world was pushing at the edges of our solitude, and the house was pushing back. And I was its instrument. I was the lock, and I was the key. The next few days were marked by a new kind of silence. It was not the peaceful quiet of before, but a watchful hush, as if the house itself was holding its breath. I found other small tokens. A single black feather on my pillow, a puddle of dark water in the center of the library floor, though the ceiling was dry. Each time I acknowledged the gift. I placed the feather in a small china dish on the mantelpiece. I soaked up the water with a clean cloth and draped it over the back of a chair to dry. These were not threats. They were conversations. The thing in the room was reminding me of its nature, and I was reminding it that I was listening. A week after the apple, I woke in the deep of night to the sound of music. It was a faint, tinny melody, like that from an old music box. It was coming from the attic. I rose and lit a lamp. The flame shuddered as I walked, casting long, dancing shadows. I climbed the narrow stairs to the attic, the music growing slightly clearer with each step. It was a tune I recognized, a lullaby my grandmother used to sing. The attic was a landscape of sheet-draped furniture and forgotten trunks. The music led me to a small wooden box tucked inside an old cradle. The box was intricately carved with patterns that seemed to shift in the lamplight. I lifted the lid. The music stopped. Inside, nestled on faded velvet, was a tarnished silver locket. I opened it. On one side was a tiny, blurred photograph of a woman I did not recognize. On the other, a twist of fine, pale hair. I closed the locket and held it in my palm. It was cold, then warm, then cold again. This was not a random object. This was a memory offered to me, a piece piece of the house's long history. I felt a sudden, sharp pang of loneliness, not for myself, but for all the keepers who had come before me. They had stood where I was standing. They had listened to the same silence. I took the locket downstairs and placed it beside the feather on the mantel. The house felt pleased. The air lost its sharp edge of anticipation. We had reached a new understanding. The following afternoon, I saw a flicker of movement at the edge of the property. A man stood at the iron gate, his figure blurred by the lingering mist. He was not trying to come in. He was just watching. He held a camera. I stood at the library window, perfectly still, and watched him back. After a long minute, he lowered his camera, turned, and disappeared into the trees. Dr. Finch was making his case. He was sending others to see the phenomenon for themselves. It did not matter. The gate was locked. The boundaries were clear. Let them take their pictures and record their sounds. They would capture nothing but shadows and silence. They would go away with a story, and the story would keep most of them at bay. For the few it attracted, the truly hungry ones, the house had its own ways of dealing with intruders. I went to the kitchen and prepared a simple meal. As I ate, I felt a familiar creak on the floorboards near the stove. Lexi-S creak. For the first time, I did not just acknowledge it. I spoke to it. "The soup is good tonight," I said softly. "The carrots from the cellar are still sweet." The house held its breath. Then, a gentle pressure settled on the chair opposite me, as if someone had just sat down. The air smelled faintly of chamomile. A profound sense of peace washed over me. This was my family. This was my home. The world outside with its questions and its cameras was nothing more than a dream. The only reality was here, in this room, in this silence, in the steady, breathing light that pulsed through the halls, keeping the darkness at bay and keeping us all together. The days began to blend, marked not by the sun, but by the subtle shifts in the house's mood. The presence in the chair opposite me at meals became a constant, a comfortable weight in the air. I would set a place out of habit, though no plate was ever touched. The conversation was one-sided, but I felt heard. I told Lexi about the stubborn rose bush by the gate, about the way the light fell through the stained glass in the late afternoon, about the small, daily things that made up my life as a caretaker. In return, the house would sometimes hum a little louder, or a draft would carry the scent of her favorite flowers. The man with the camera did not return, but his presence had been a signal. The outside world was circling. I began to find things at the property line. A business card tucked into the gate latch. Paranormal Research Society, it read. A cheap, plastic voice recorder was left on a tree stump, its red light blinking until the batteries died in the cold. I left them all where they lay. The snow and the rain would deal with them. The house regarded these intrusions with a kind of distant contempt. A low thrum of irritation that would ripple through the floorboards for an hour after I reported them. Then, on a day when the ice was beginning to melt, creating 1,000 tiny streams in the gravel drive, a different kind of visitor arrived. She came on foot. a small, elderly woman bundled in a shapeless coat, her head wrapped in a faded scarf. She carried a woven basket over her arm. She did not come to the front door. Instead, I saw her from the kitchen window, moving slowly but purposefully around the side of the house toward the old family plot where the iron roses grew. I went out the back door and stood on the step, watching her. She did not seem startled to see me. She simply stopped at the edge of the overgrown cemetery and nodded, as if we had an appointment. Her face was a web of fine wrinkles, but her eyes were bright and sharp. "You are Annabelle," she said. It wasn't a question. "I am. My name is Eliza Corrigan. My grandmother knew a Shaw, Lillian Shaw." She gestured with her basket toward the graves. "She brought her here when the fever took her children. She said this ground offered a different kind of peace." I said nothing. Lillian Shaw was my great-great-aunt. The story was one of the darker ones. Eliza Corrigan took a few steps closer, her boots crunching on the frozen grass. She looked at the house, then back at me, and her gaze was not hungry like the professor's, or fearful like the sheriff's. It was knowing. "They're talking in the town," she said. "That university man, he's stirring up a pot that's best left to cool. He thinks he can measure the sorrow here. He can't." She reached into her basket and pulled out a bundle of dried sage and sweetgrass, tied with a black thread. But his kind of talk draws other kinds of attention, the foolish and the desperate. She held out the bundle. I remained on the step, my hand on the cold doorframe. "It's an offering," she said. "Not for you, for the house, to help keep the balance. My grandmother said a place like this needs to be reminded of the light, or the dark within it grows too strong." I felt the house's attention focus on the old woman. It was not hostile, but it was deeply curious. This was a language it understood, older than science. I stepped down and walked toward her, accepting the bundle. The herbs were dry and fragrant. "Why?" I asked. "Because some stories shouldn't be told," she said simply. "And some doors shouldn't be opened. My family has remembered that longer than most." She looked past me, toward the sealed room at the top of the house, and for a fleeting moment, her knowing eyes held a glimmer of profound sadness. "It's a heavy burden, being the keeper." She turned then and walked back the way she had come, a small, sturdy figure disappearing into the skeletal trees. I stood holding the bundle of sage, the winter sun weak on my face. I looked down at the herbs in my hand, then back at the silent, watching house. For the first time in a long time, I felt a connection to the world beyond the gate. It was not a threat, but a thread of understanding, of a secret history shared by a few. I carried the sage inside, the door closing softly behind me. The house welcomed the new scent, the old magic. And I knew that the balance Eliza Corrigan spoke of was not just inside these walls. It was a tapestry, and we were all woven into it. The sage bundle felt like a key in my hand, not to a lock, but to a different way of seeing. That evening, instead of my usual routine, I lit the herbs in the great stone fireplace. The smoke was thick and fragrant, curling up into the shadows of the high ceiling. It did not smell like fire, it smelled like memory and sunlight. The house reacted not with agitation, but with a deep, resonant sigh. The breathing light in the hall softened from its faint green to a gentle amber. For a few hours, the air felt lighter, the silence less charged. It was a reminder, as Eliza had said, of the light. But the dark was the house's true nature. The comfort of the sage smoke faded by morning, and the ordinary shadows of the house seemed deeper by contrast. The following night, I was woken by a new sound. Not a scrape or a melody, but a voice. It was muffled, coming from behind the sealed door, a low, rhythmic murmuring. It wasn't angry or sad. It was reciting. I sat up in bed, my heart hammering, and listened. I caught a few familiar words, phrases from an old lullaby, then what sounded like a line of Latin. It was Mark's voice. I did not go to the door. I knew better. This was the house dreaming again, sifting through the memories it had consumed. It was playing his voice like a record, absorbing the cadence of his intellect, the pattern of his curiosity. It was a warning and a testament. This was what happened to the hungry. They became part of the library. A few days later, an official-looking letter arrived, brought by a nervous mail carrier who left it in the box at the end of the drive. It was from the university, a formal request for access to conduct a non-invasive historical and environmental survey of the property, citing academic interest and the need to preserve local heritage. Dr. Finch was getting bolder, using the institution as his shield. I read the letter once, then fed it to the kitchen stove. The flames consumed the polite, bureaucratic language with a satisfying hunger. The act felt decisive, but I knew it was only a temporary measure. The pressure was building. That afternoon, as I was sorting through a trunk of old linens, I found a photograph I had never seen before. It was of a young woman standing on the front steps of the house. She had my eyes, but her expression was harder, more resigned. On the back, in faded ink, was written, Eleanor, 1898, the keeper. Another thread in the tapestry. I propped the photograph on the mantel, beside the locket and the feather. The gallery of keepers was growing. The house, in its own way, was preparing too. The floorboards began to creak in specific patterns, a code I was slowly learning. 3 quick creaks from the parlor meant someone was approaching the gate. A long, slow groan from the upstairs hall was a sign of contentment, usually after I had eaten. The boundaries of myself and the house's consciousness were blurring further. My dreams were no longer my own. I walked in halls of memory that were not from my life, felt sorrows that were a century old. Final push came on a clear, cold night. I was reading in the library when I felt a sudden, sharp pull, a psychic tug toward the front of the house. I went to the window. A car I didn't recognize was parked far down the lane, its lights off. 2 figures stood at the iron gate. One held a camera with a long lens. The other was Dr. Finch. They weren't trying to come in. They were observing, documenting. The hunger had not been frightened away. It had just become more patient, more scientific. I felt a cold fury rise in me, but it was not mine alone. It was the house's fury, a deep, ancient outrage at being watched like an animal in a zoo. The breathing light in the hall flickered violently, and a wave of intense cold swept through the library, frosting the inside of the windowpane. I watched as Dr. Finch pointed something toward the house, a small box with an antenna. A meter, perhaps. A detector. Then, from the attic, came a sound that froze the blood in my veins. It was the music box, but the gentle lullaby was distorted, played too fast, and in a discordant key. It was a mockery of a melody. The two men at the gate heard it too. I saw them startle, take a step back. The one with the camera lowered it, his head cocked. The music stopped abruptly. In the silence that followed, a new sound began. It was the sound of a child laughing. It was a beautiful, innocent sound, but it echoed from a place deep within the house, a place I knew was empty. The laughter floated out over the frozen lawn, clear and chilling. It was a lure. Dr. Finch took a step forward, his face a mask of fascination. His companion grabbed his arm, pulling him back. I could see the argument even from a distance. Reason versus fear, curiosity versus survival. The house held its breath, waiting to see which would win. I stood at the window, my hand pressed against the cold glass, and I knew that the long peace was over. The world was no longer just knocking. It was trying to pick the lock, and the house was ready to answer. Story 3. The first thing I became aware of was the sound. A soft, rhythmic click, like a beetle tapping on a window pane. Then came the light, a pale, butter-yellow square shifting imperceptibly across a scuffed linoleum floor. My eyes traced its path, from the edge of a worn wool blanket to the metal leg of a chair. It would reach the leg, pause for a breath I did not seem to be taking, and then begin its slow retreat. Click. The light would advance. Click. The light would recede. I did not know how long I had been watching this. Time was not a river here. It was a shallow, stagnant pond, and I was a stone at its bottom. A hand entered the frame of my vision. It was a large hand, knuckles broad and scarred, fingers thick and capable. It held a small, wooden-handled knife. In its other hand was an apple, the skin a vibrant, impossible red. The blade bit into the fruit with a crisp, wet sound, and a curl of peel, thin as parchment, spiraled down into a stainless steel bowl on the lap. The click was the knife tapping the rim of the bowl to loosen a stubborn piece of peel. The hand never faltered. Peel, spiral, tap. Peel, spiral, tap. The peel grew longer, an unbroken scarlet ribbon coiling in the bowl. The light advanced. The light receded. This was my father, Coleman. I knew this the way I knew the sound of my own heartbeat, which was, at that moment, a distant, muffled drum. He had been doing this for a long time. Days, perhaps, maybe weeks. The ritual was absolute. He would finish the apple, slice it into perfect, pale moons, arrange them on a paper towel, and place them on the bedside table next to the plastic pitcher of water. He would then select another apple from the brown paper bag at his feet and begin again. He never spoke. He never looked at me. He was a monument to a vigil I did not understand. My name is Gabriel. I had been living in this room, in this body, for an indeterminate period. The world had continued without me, and I was now returning to it as a stranger, a ghost haunting the shell of my own life. The coma, they later told me, had lasted 7 months. A car, a patch of black ice, a spin into the welcoming arms of a telephone pole. Jadin, who had been in the passenger seat, had walked away with a broken wrist and a concussion. I had not been so lucky. I had gone away, and now I was back, but I had not returned alone. The first touch brought the first vision. A nurse, her fingers cool and efficient on my wrist, checking my pulse. Her name was Brenda. And then, it was not just her fingers on my wrist, but my consciousness flowing into hers. I saw a small kitchen, yellow curtains, the smell of burnt toast. A man shouting, his face a blur of rage. The sharp, metallic taste of fear. A little girl hiding under a table, clutching a stuffed rabbit. It was not a memory, not like my own. It was immediate, visceral, a current of experience that jolted through me. I gasped, a raw, scraping sound that was the first I had made in 7 months. Brenda jumped back, her eyes wide. "He is awake," she whispered, but I was still half in her kitchen, feeling the cold linoleum against my cheek. They called it post-traumatic synaptic hypersensitivity, a fancy term for a broken radio that now picks up every station on the dial at once. For me, it was a curse. Every handshake was a biography of sorrow and joy. Every brush against a stranger on the street was a torrent of their secret hopes and shames. I learned to wear gloves, to shrink from contact. My father, Coleman, was my anchor. His touch was the only one that did not flood me with noise. It was a quiet harbor, radiating only a steady, stubborn love. A love that had kept him peeling apples in a silent room for months on end. I asked about Jadin. Coleman's face, already etched with the fatigue of his vigil, seemed to crumble at the edges. She came, Gabriel, every day at first. Then it has been a long time. He handed me a letter. The paper felt inert, dead. I unfolded it with trembling, gloved hands. Her handwriting, once so familiar, looked like a forgery. "Gabriel, I am so sorry. I can do this. Waiting for you to wake up was like waiting for a ghost. And now that you are awake, they say you rate different. Coleman says you can bear to be touched. What happened to us was a tragedy, but the boy I loved died on that road. I have to move on. Please understand. Jadin." The words were a physical blow, but it was the signature that undid me. Without thinking, I touched the ink of her name, and the world dissolved. Not a memory, a vision, but not of the past. It was a possible future, hazy, like a photograph taken in a heavy fog. Jadin, older, her face lined with a worry I had not put there. She was standing in a kitchen, different from the nurse S, holding a child S lunchbox. The scene was peaceful, normal, but a cold dread washed over me, a certainty that this future was fragile, a soap bubble destined to pop, and behind it, looming like a mountain range, was a shadow. a presence of such immense, cold ambition that it stole the breath from my lungs. Then it was gone. I was back in my room, clutching the letter, my father's hand on my shoulder, his voice a distant echo. "Gabriel, son, what is it?" I could not tell him. The vision was a splinter in my mind. I began to test the limits of my new sight. I would walk through the city, a gloved phantom, and read the futures of people in the flicker of a touch on a bus pole, the brief press of a dollar bill into a cashier's hand. Most were mundane, a tapestry of small triumphs and disappointments. A promotion, an argument, a quiet death in a sleep. But a pattern began to emerge. A name whispered on the edges of these glimpses. A face, seen on television screens in bar windows, began to appear in the psychic static. Donald Kine. At first, he was just a politician, a man with a jawline like a granite cliff, and a voice that promised order, safety, a return to some mythic greatness. But when I, compelled by a dread I could not name, forced myself to watch a rally on television, I saw more. I saw the futures that branched from his influence. They were not futures of peace. They were futures of walls, literal and figurative. They were futures where fear was the currency and conformity the law. I saw flashes of uniforms that were not quite police, not quite military. I saw books burning in tidy, organized piles. I saw faces, thousands of them, drained of individuality, chanting his name. And in every one of these terrible possibilities, the quiet, peaceful future I had seen for Jadin was extinguished, snuffed out like a candle. I tried to tell someone, the authorities. A sympathetic-looking detective named Inspector Morales listened to me in a sterile, beige room. I took off my glove and laid my hand on the table. "Let me show you," I pleaded. He smiled a thin, professional smile. "Mr. Vane, you've been through a tremendous ordeal. What you ray describing it sounds like a very vivid form of PTSD." I touched his sleeve. The vision was instant and petty. He was going to cheat on his wife that evening with a woman from the evidence room. The guilt was a sour taste in my mouth. He jerked his arm back, his smile gone. "I think you need to continue your therapy, son. We appreciate your concern about the political climate. But seeing the future," he shook his head, "that's not something we can act on. I was a Cassandra, cursed to see the truth and be dismissed as a madman. The weight of the knowledge was a physical pressure in my skull. I stopped sleeping. I would sit in the dark of my childhood bedroom, the walls covered in the fossils of my former life, and feel the terrible tide of tomorrows washing against my mind. Coleman would sit with me, his presence a bulwark against the noise. He never doubted me, not once. "I believe you, Gabriel," he'd say, his voice a low rumble in the dark. "I watched you for 7 months. Your eyes were open sometimes, not seeing me, not seeing anything in this world. You were somewhere else. I knew you'd come back changed. A father knows. It's like a cancer, Dad," I whispered. "This knowing, it's growing inside me. And he's the tumor, Kine. He's going to win. I've seen it. It's the most probable path. when he does, everything bends toward darkness. The climax approached not with a bang, but with the inexorable creep of the spotlight across the floor. Donald Kine was scheduled for a rally in our city, a final, massive gathering before the election. The city was electric, with a fever I could feel through the soles of my shoes. I knew I had to be there. I had to get close. I had to touch him. I had to know, for certain, if the abyss I saw was the true future, or just a phantom of my broken mind. The night of the rally was cold and clear. A billion stars, in different pinpricks in the velvet sky, looked down on the sea of humanity flowing toward the stadium. The air vibrated with a low, chanting hum. Coleman drove me, his face grim. "You don't have to do this, son." "I do," I said. It was the truest thing I had ever said. Getting backstage was absurdly easy. A borrowed maintenance uniform, a clipboard, a confident walk. The security was a joke, a theater of safety designed to reassure, not to protect. They were looking for guns, for bombs. They were not looking for a man with a ghost in his eyes and a terrible gift in his hands. I found myself in a concrete corridor, buzzing with the distorted roar of the crowd. And then he was there. Donald Kine, surrounded by aides and bodyguards a few yards away, about to walk onto the stage. He was taller in person, his presence a physical force. He was adjusting his cufflinks, his face a mask of serene power. This was it. This was the source. I moved without thinking, a sleepwalker drawn to a precipice. I bumped into an aide, a jostle in the crowded hallway. A flash. The aide would be appointed to a minor cabinet position in 2 years and would resign in disgrace after a corruption scandal. I kept moving. A bodyguard put a hand on my chest to stop me. I touched his wrist. A flash. He would die in a car accident next spring. His wife would remarry a man his daughter adored. Then I was past them, standing directly in front of Donald Kine. He looked down at me, annoyed, impatient. His eyes were not the warm, commanding eyes of the television screen. They were flat, like the eyes of a shark. Calculating, empty. "You are not supposed to be here," he said, his voice a low, resonant threat. I reached out my bare hand and touched his. The world did not just dissolve, it shattered. There was no biography, no stream of memory. There was only a vast, cold, and ancient darkness. It was not a human consciousness. It was a vessel, an emptiness that hungered to be filled. I saw the future, but it was not a possibility anymore. It was a blueprint. The walls, the fires, the silent, marching crowds. It was all there, planned down to the last detail. And the source of it was not this man's ambition. It was something else, something that used him as a glove puppet. I saw back through him, through a lineage of similar vessels across centuries, all the way back to a time before cities, before language, to a silent, frozen plain under alien stars. This was not a man who would bring catastrophe. This was catastrophe itself, wearing a man suit, and it had been waiting for a long, long time. The vision was so vast, so crushing, that it broke something inside me, I did not scream. I did not cry out. I simply absorbed it, a sponge soaking up an ocean of nihilism. I was thrown back, landing hard on the concrete floor. The bodyguards were on me, dragging me away. Kynes smoothed his suit, a flicker of something not surprise, but recognition in his dead eyes. He had felt it too. The touch of another thing that did not belong in this world. I spent the night in a cell. Coleman bilayed me out in the morning. The news was full of Kynes' triumphant rally. My attempted assault was a minor footnote. I said nothing on the drive home. I had no words left. The knowing was complete now. It was not a burden anymore. It was simply what was. The cancer had metastasized. I was the cancer. We returned to my Father S. house. The familiar room, the scuffed linoleum, the window with its butter-yellow light. Coleman led me to the bed and sat me down. He looked ancient, hollowed out by worry. "Gabriel," he said, his voice cracking. "Talk to me, please." I looked at my hands, these instruments of curse. I had spent so long fearing the touch of others. I had never considered the touch of myself. I slowly, deliberately, took off my left glove. I looked at my father, his face a roadmap of love and fear. Then I reached out with my bare hand and touched my own right wrist. The loop closed. There was no vision, no past, no future. There was only a perfect, silent, eternal stillness. I was not looking into a memory or a prophecy. I was looking into a mirror that reflected not my face, but my essence. And I saw the same vast, cold, ancient darkness I had seen in Donald Kyne. The same emptiness, the same hunger, the same patient, timeless waiting. We were not opposites, locked in a cosmic struggle. We were the same thing, two terminals of the same circuit. The disease and the antibody were identical. My gift was not a weapon against the coming darkness. It was the proof that I was a part of it. A necessary counterweight, a symmetry in the void. My foresight existed only because the catastrophe was inevitable. I was not the observer. I was the event. Coleman was shaking me, his voice a distant buzz. "Gabriel, Gabriel, what is it? What did you see?" I looked away from the abyss within me and met my Father S. eyes. I saw his future then, with a clarity that was absolute. A quiet death in this house 5 years from now. Alone, wondering what had happened to his son. I did not feel terror. I did not feel despair. I felt only a profound, unshakable stillness. The hypnotic rhythm was complete. The light advanced. The light receded. I smiled, a small, quiet movement of my lips. It was not a smile of happiness or madness. It was the smile of a man who has finally read the last page of the book and found his own name written there. "It is okay, Dad," I said, my voice perfectly calm. A flat lake under a windless sky. Everything is going to be perfectly still. And I picked up the knife from the bedside table. I selected a bright red apple from the bag on the floor. I began to peel. The blade bit into the fruit with a crisp, wet sound. Peel, spiral, tap. Peel, spiral, tap. The unbroken ribbon coiled in the bowl. I watched my own hands perform the ritual, the movements precise, endless, and known. The light shifted on the floor, reaching the leg of the chair, pausing, and beginning its slow retreat. I knew I would be here in this chair for a very, very long time. He watched me for a long while, his breath held, his hands clenched on his knees. The only sounds were the crisp parting of the apple's skin and the soft tap of the knife against the steel bowl. I did not look at him again. My entire world had contracted to the path of the blade and the growing spiral of red. I was not Gabriel anymore. I was the action of peeling. I was the waiting. Eventually, he stood up. The floorboards creaked under his weight. He moved around the room, a large, sad shape in the periphery of my focused vision. He straightened the blanket on my bed, though it was already straight. He poured a glass of water from the plastic pitcher, though I had not asked for one. He set it down next to the neat pile of apple moons I had created. He was trying to find a way back into the vigil, but the nature of the watch had changed. I was no longer the patient. I was the keeper, and he was now on the outside. "I'll be in the other room," he said, his voice thick with a confusion he could not articulate. I did not respond. The knife moved. Peel, spiral, tap. The door closed softly behind him. The square of yellow light on the floor stretched, thinning as the afternoon wore on. I finished the apple, sliced it, arranged the pieces. I selected another. The rhythm was everything. It was a shield against the terrible symmetry I had discovered. If I kept the rhythm, I would not have to think about what it meant. If I maintained the ritual, the awful knowledge would remain contained within this room, within this chair, within this endless scarlet coil. But the world, as I knew better than anyone, does not stop for a ritual. The phone rang in the other room. I heard my father's low murmur, a brief conversation. A few minutes later, the door opened again. He did not come fully inside. He stood on the threshold, a man caught between two realities. "That was Morales," he said. "The inspector. He said he's been thinking about what you said. He said things are shifting. The political climate. He asked if you would be willing to talk to him again." My hand did not falter. The peel continued its unbroken fall. Morales' sudden interest was not a surprise. I had seen the faint, branching path of his curiosity during our first meeting, a path that had seemed so improbable then. Now, with the election days away, and Kine's momentum becoming a landslide, that improbable path was looking more like a necessary escape route. Morales was a man who trusted his gut, and his gut was finally starting to ache. "He scared Gabriel," Coleman continued, his voice pleading slightly. "He didn't say it, but I could hear it. Maybe you were right. Maybe someone will listen now." I set the knife down. The half-peeled apple rested in my palm, a globe of white and red. I looked at the bowl, at the perfect, continuous ribbon within it. I saw the future in that ribbon. If I went with Morales, there would be action. There would be a desperate, frantic attempt to build a dam against the tide. It would be noble. It would be futile. It would end with morals in an unmarked grave, and my father broken by a grief I had already witnessed. That path led only to noise and pain, and the same inevitable end. The other path was the chair, the apple, the silence. It was the path of acceptance, of becoming the stillness I had foreseen. It was the only way to contain the echo. I picked up the knife again. The blade found its place in the cut I had made. I resumed peeling. "Gabriel," my father asked, his hope crumbling into dust. "Tell him no," I said, my voice still that same calm, flat lake. "Tell him it's too late for talking." I heard him exhale, a shuddering sound of defeat. He lingered for a moment longer, hoping for a sign, a crack in the serene facade. There was none. The rhythm was absolute. He closed the door. The light faded from butter yellow to a deep orange, and then to gray. I did not turn on a lamp. I sat in the growing dark, my hands moving by touch alone. The click of the knife against the bowl was the only clock I needed. The future was not a thing to be fought. It was a thing to be endured, and I was now perfectly designed for endurance. I was the stone at the bottom of the pond, and the water of time flowed over me, cold and smooth and endless. I peeled another apple, and then another. The bowl filled with scarlet ribbons, a nest for a truth that had no need to fly. The sound of the front door opening and closing was distant, an event happening in another universe. Coleman had gone out, probably to the corner store for more food, for more apples. He would keep the vigil in his own way, by sustaining the body that housed the silence. I did not need sustenance. The ritual was my food. The phone rang again, shrill and insistent in the quiet house. It went unanswered. After the fourth ring, the machine clicked on. I heard my own voice from a lifetime ago, reciting the number and asking the caller to leave a message. A beep. Then, a different voice, smooth as oiled metal. "Mr. Vane, Gabriel." It was not Morales. It was a voice I had heard only once in a concrete corridor, but I knew it instantly. It was the voice from the mansuit. "Donald Kine. I felt you. I know you felt me. This is a rare thing, a unique alignment. We should speak. There's a place for you, a purpose. This squalor, this fear, it is beneath a consciousness like yours. Call this number." He recited 10 digits, slowly, clearly. Before the world becomes simplified. The machine clicked off. The room was silent again, save for the soft, wet sound of the knife. His offer was not a surprise. It was the other branch of the symmetry. Join the tide instead of resisting it. Become the wave, not the stone. It was a more active form of stillness, a surrender to the momentum of the void. For a moment, a flicker of the old Gabriel stirred, the one who loved Jadden, the one who felt fear. That part recoiled in horror, but the new thing, the still thing, simply observed the offer. It was logical. It was, in its own way, an invitation to peace. To stop fighting the inevitable was one path. To actively usher it in was another. Both led to the same quiet end. The key turned in the front door. Coleman came back in. I heard the rustle of a paper bag, the sound of groceries being put away. He did did not come to my room. He had learned the new boundaries. I set down the knife. The apple was finished. I looked at my hands in the near darkness. They were sticky with juice. I stood up, my body moving stiffly, a machine that had been idle for too long. I walked to the door and opened it. The hallway light was on, and Coleman jumped, startled, as I emerged. He was holding a can of soup, his eyes wide with a fragile hope. "Gabriel, are you hungry?" I did not answer him. I walked past him to the telephone answering machine. I pressed the playback button. Kine's voice filled the small kitchen, smooth and predatory. Coleman listened, his face draining of color, the can of soup trembling in his hand. When the message ended, I pressed the erase button. The digital display winked out. "He is a monster," Coleman whispered, his voice shaking with a rage I could no longer feel. "How did he get this number?" "It doesn't matter," I said. I looked at him, really looked at him, and saw the 5 years of loneliness stretching out before him. I saw the exact date, a Tuesday in March, when his heart would simply stop. The knowledge was a fact, like the weight of the knife in my hand. I turned and walked back toward my room. I stopped at the doorway. "Dad," I said, the word feeling strange on my tongue, a relic from a dead language. "You should go." Go where?" "Gabriel, I am not leaving you." "It's the only way," I said, my voice still calm. "The future is set. But your part in it doesn't have to be here. You can have a different ending." He stared at me, his confusion absolute. "What are you talking about? What ending?" "Son, please, come back to me." I offered him a small, final smile. It was not a comfort. It was a dismissal. There is no coming back. There is only going forward, and you need to go forward somewhere else. I stepped into my room and closed the door. I heard him sob once, a raw, broken sound. Then silence. I sat back in the chair. The light was gone from the floor now. The room was full of shadows. I picked up a new apple. I picked up the knife. Peel, spiral, tap. I listened as, an hour later, he packed a bag. I listened as he walked to the door. He paused, and I knew he was looking at my closed door, hoping for a miracle. None came. The front door opened and closed, this time with a sense of finality. I was alone. The house settled around me, empty except for the rhythm. It was better this way. The stone was alone at the bottom of the pond. The apple peel coiled, a continuous, unbroken line into the gathering dark. It was the only thing that was real. The silence he left behind was different from the silence that had been there before. It was absolute, a vacuum. I filled it with the rhythm. Peel, spiral, tap. The apples were a finite resource, but that was a problem for a future I already knew. Coleman would not be back. He would drive to his sister S. house in another state, and he would live a quiet, baffled life, haunted by the son he had lost to a darkness he could never understand. It was a cleaner grief than the one I had seen originally. It was the best I could give him. Days passed, or perhaps it was only hours. Time had lost its linear quality. It was just a cycle of apples and the slow march of the light across the floor. The phone rang several times. Morales. Kines number again. I let the machine answer, let my old voice speak to the emptiness, and then I erased the messages without listening. The world was receding, its noises growing fainter. I was a star collapsing into a black hole, my own density pulling everything inward. Then a new sound, not the phone, a key in the front door. It was not Coleman's key. His had a specific, hesitant scrape. This one turned with a confident, metallic click. The door opened. Footsteps entered, not the heavy, weary tread of my father, but a lighter, purposeful step. Two people. I did not stop peeling. The blade continued its orbit around the fruit. The footsteps moved through the living room, into the hallway. They stopped outside my door. I could feel their presence, 2 points of pressure against the wood. The door opened. Inspector Morales stood there, his face grim. Beside him was a woman I had never seen, but I knew her instantly. Her name was Dr. Armitage. She was a psychiatrist. Morales had brought her as a last, desperate measure, hoping to find a rational explanation for the irrational. In her future, I saw a long career of writing papers about me, about the catatonic prophet phenomenon, trying to cage the infinite in the language of clinical observation. Morales' eyes swept the room, taking in the bowls of rotting apple slices, the mountains of red peel, the smell of sweet decay. His gaze finally landed on me, sitting perfectly still in the chair, the knife in my hand. "Gabriel," he said, his voice tight. "We need to talk. Things are happening. The election is tomorrow. What you said at S starting to look less like a prediction and more like a playbook." I looked past him at Dr. Armitage. I saw the flicker of professional curiosity in her eyes, quickly masked by concern. She saw a patient, a broken mind. She did not see the event. "He's not here, Inspector," I said quietly. "What do you mean?" "Of course you Ray here." I shook my head slowly. Gabriel Vane checked out. There's just the knowing now. And the knowing says you Ray too late. Morales took a step into the room. It's not too late until the votes are counted, until he takes the oath. Tell me what you know. Give me something I can use. I smiled then, the same small, placid smile I had given my father. It seemed to unnerve Morales more than any outburst could have. Use for what? To delay it. A year. 5. The outcome is fixed. The walls will be built. The fires will burn. It's not a political outcome, Inspector. It's a geological one. Like an earthquake. You don't stop it. You just get out of the way. Dr. Armitage stepped forward. "Gabriel, my name is Dr. Armitage. I'd like to help you. This level of fixation, this ritual, it can be a way of coping with unbearable stress. Let us take you somewhere safe, where we can talk." I looked at my hands, at the sticky juice drying on my skin. There is no safe place. That's the first thing you have to understand. The disease isn't out there. It's in here. I tapped my chest with the tip of the knife. And in you, it S in everyone. Kine just turns the key. Morale's S shoulders slumped. The determined cop facade cracked, and I saw the terrified man underneath. So that S it. You ray just giving up. You ray going to sit here and peel apples while the world goes to hell. I picked up a fresh apple from the bag. It was the last one. No, I said, placing the blade against its skin. I am going to sit here and peel apples because the world has already gone to hell. This is just the aftermath. I began to peel, spiral, tap. Morales watched for a full minute, his hope finally extinguishing. He turned to Dr. Armitage and nodded toward the door. They left, closing it softly behind them. I heard their murmured conversation in the hall, then the front door opening and closing. The house was silent again. The peel fell away from the last apple, a final, perfect spiral. I held it in my hand, a small, white planet stripped of its atmosphere. I set the knife down. The ritual was complete. There was nothing left to peel. I sat in the chair as the room darkened completely. The silence was no longer something I maintained. It was something I was. I was the stillness at the end of all things. I closed my eyes, and for the first time, I did not see the future. I simply was the future. And it was quiet. The sound of the car engine faded down the street. The house was mine again, a shell containing only the residue of decay and the finality of my own presence. The last apple sat peeled and exposed on my knee. The knife was a cold, dead weight in my hand. The ritual had ended, but the state it was designed to preserve remained. I was adrift in the quiet. Hours bled together. The darkness in the room was total, a physical substance. I did not sleep. Sleep was a temporary escape, and I was no longer interested in escape. I was waiting for the inevitable to catch up. I knew the exact moment it would happen, not the election results, which were a foregone conclusion, but the precise instant when my own timeline would intersect with the new world S. It was a point of convergence. A silent, internal clock counting down. A faint vibration began, a hum that was felt more than heard. It was not in the house. It was in the air itself, a pressure change. The streetlights outside my window flickered, then died. A deep, resonant silence fell over the neighborhood, the kind of silence that follows a great explosion. The power was out. It was starting. I stood up from the chair, my joints protesting. I walked to the window and pulled back the thin curtain. The world outside was a study in indigo and black. No lights shone in any window. No cars moved on the street. It was as if a switch had been thrown on the entire city. In the distance, a single orange glow bloomed against the horizon. A fire, then another. The old world was beginning to burn itself clean. A car turned onto the street, moving slowly without headlights. It was a dark sedan, its engine a low purr. It stopped directly in front of the house. The passenger door opened, and a man got out. He was tall, silhouetted against the distant fire glow. He did not look left or right. He walked with a direct, unhurried pace up the path to my front door. I did not need to see his face. I had been expecting him. I heard the front door open. He had a key, or he had simply bypassed the lock. His footsteps were measured on the floorboards, coming closer. My bedroom door swung inward. Donald Kynes stood in the doorway. He was not on a screen or a stage. He was here in the flesh. The man suit was perfect, but I could see the void behind his eyes, a deeper darkness than the powerless night. "Gabriel," he said. His voice was the same as on the phone, but now it had a physical presence that filled the small room. "The noise is ending. Come outside. I want you to see the dawn." I looked at him. I saw the future he would build, a world of brutal order and profound silence. I saw my place in it, not as a prisoner or a prophet, but as a landmark, a monument to the truth he represented. There was no fear. There was only recognition. I nodded. I walked past him, out of the room, through the house, and onto the front porch. The air was cool and carried the faint, acrid smell of smoke. The sky in the east was beginning to lighten from black to a deep, bruised gray. The silence was immense, broken only by the crackle of distant flames. Kyne came to stand beside me, his hands in his pockets. He followed my gaze to the horizon. "It is simpler than they thought it would be," he said, almost to himself. "You just have to be willing to turn out the lights." We stood there together, 2 points of stillness in the collapsing world, waiting for the sun to rise on the ruin we had both foreseen. There were no more apples to peel. The waiting was over. The first bird began to sing, a solitary, questioning note in the immense quiet. It was a sound from the old world, a reflex that no longer had any meaning. Kyne tilted his head, listening. He did not seem annoyed or pleased. It was simply data. The gray light spread, leaching the color from everything, turning the street into a grayscale photograph. The orange glows on the horizon faded, not because the fires were out, but because the rising sun was drowning them in a pale, sickly light. A door slammed 2 houses down. A man stumbled out onto his lawn, clutching a radio. He saw us standing on my porch and froze. He looked from our still figures to his dead radio, then back to us. His mouth opened, but no sound came out. He took a step backward, then turned and ran inside. The fear was a scent on the air, sharper than the smoke. "They will look for patterns," Kyne said, his voice low and conversational. "They will look for leaders to blame or to follow. They will not understand that the pattern is the absence of pattern. The leader is the absence of choice." I knew he was right. I could see the frantic, scrambling chaos that would consume the city for days. A final, feverish burst of noise before the exhaustion set in. And after the exhaustion, the quiet, the acceptance, the new rules. "You saw this," he stated. "It wasn't a question." "I saw the chair," I replied. "I saw the apple. I saw the silence. I didn't see you, not clearly, until the end. You were a shape in the fog." He nodded, a slight, economical movement. The signal is always clearest at the source. You are too close to the interference. The pain, the love, it clouds the reception. He turned to face me fully for the first time. His eyes were like polished stones. "It's clear now, isn't it?" It was. The static of my old life was gone. Coleman's grief, Morale's desperation, Jadon's memory, they were echoes in a canyon that had now been filled with concrete. All that remained was the hum of the inevitable. It was a relief. "What happens now?" I asked, though I already knew the broad strokes. The details were irrelevant. "We go to a place that has been prepared," he said. "A quiet place. Your function is not to act, but to be. A compass does not decide the direction of north. It simply points. You will be our compass." A black van turned onto the street, its electric motor whisper quiet. It stopped behind the sedan. 2 men got out. They were dressed in dark, functional clothing. They did not speak. They simply waited. Kine gestured toward the van. "The world is simplifying, Gabriel. It is time to take your place in the new geometry." I took a last look at the house, at the peeling paint and the dusty windows. It was already a relic. I stepped off the porch and walked toward the van. The grass was wet with dew. One of the men opened the sliding door. The interior was gray and empty. I climbed inside. The seat was cold. Kine got in after me and sat opposite. The door slid shut with a solid, final thud. The van moved off, gliding down the street. I did not look back. There was nothing there to see. We drove through a city waking to a nightmare. People stood in clusters on corners, gesticulating, their faces masks of confusion and anger. A few cars were abandoned in the middle of the road. The van navigated around them without slowing. The silence inside the vehicle was a bubble, impervious to the chaos outside. Kine watched the world go by with the detached interest of a scientist observing an experiment. "They believe this is an interruption," he murmured. "They think the power will come back on. They will soon learn that the interruption was the life they had before. This is the permanent state." The van eventually left the residential areas and entered the industrial part of the city. It pulled up to a nondescript warehouse, its windows painted black. The door rolled up, and we drove into a cavernous, dimly lit space. The door rolled down behind us, sealing us in. The van stopped. The 2 men got out. Kine and I followed. The air smelled of concrete and ozone. In the center of the space was a single, plain chair. Next to it was a small table. On the table was a bowl, a knife, and a single, perfect red apple. Kine gestured to the chair. "Your new quarters will be prepared soon. This is a transitional space. For now, you may resume your ritual. It pleases me. It is a symbol of order." I walked to the chair and sat down. I picked up the apple. It was cool and smooth. I picked up the knife. The balance was perfect. I set the blade against the skin and began to peel. The sound was loud in the empty warehouse. Peel, spiral, tap. Kine watched for a moment, a faint, approving smile on his lips. Then he turned and walked away, his footsteps echoing. The two men followed him, leaving me alone in the vast, gray room. The peel fell away in a single, unbroken ribbon. I placed the naked apple in the bowl. I set the knife down on the table. I looked at the spiral of red skin, coiled like a serpent eating its own tail. It was not a symbol of order. It was a symbol of infinity. And I was at its center. The knowing was complete. There was nothing left to do but wait. The waiting was not long. The sound of the peel hitting the concrete floor was the only punctuation in the stillness. Then a different sound began, a low, pervasive thrum that seemed to emanate from the walls themselves. It was the sound of machinery powering up, of systems coming online. A section of the far wall, which I had taken for solid concrete, slid open with a soft hiss. A woman stood there. She was dressed in the same utilitarian dark clothing as the men from the van, her hair pulled back in a severe bun. Her face was neutral, devoid of the confusion or fear that marked the faces outside. She was simply a component of the new machine. "Gabriel," she said. Her voice was flat, calibrated for efficiency, not communication. "Your presence is required." I stood, my body moving with a strange, automatic grace. The ritual was over. A new phase was beginning. I followed her through the opening into a brightly lit corridor. The walls were a sterile white, the floor a seamless gray composite. The air was cool and filtered, carrying no scent at all. The chaotic smell of the outside world was gone. We walked for what felt like a long time, through turns and intersections that seemed designed to disorient. Finally, we stopped before a door that was indistinguishable from all the others. She placed her hand on a panel, and it slid open. The room was small and circular, containing only a single, comfortable chair. The walls were not white, but a soft, dark gray. As the door closed behind me, the walls began to glow, not with a harsh light, but with a gentle, ambient luminescence. Then, images began to form, not screens, but projections that filled the entire curved space. I was sitting at the center of a globe of information. I saw data streams from across the country, the world. News feeds, financial tickers, social media eruptions, all the noise of humanity, now filtered, organized, and displayed for my eyes only. I saw the chaos of the blackout spreading, the panic metastasizing in cities, the fragile systems of civilization beginning to buckle. And I saw the response, the quiet, methodical movements of Kine's people, inserting themselves into the fractures, guiding the collapse with insurgents' precision. This was my purpose. This was the compass Kine had spoken of. I was not to act, but to see, to know. The future was no longer a terrifying, unstoppable wave. It was a map, laid out before me in real time. My gift, which had been a curse in a world of randomness, was now a tool in a world of absolute order. A voice spoke, not from a speaker, but from the air itself. It was Kine. The patterns are becoming clear, Gabriel. The nodes of resistance, the points of failure. Your insight will help us prune the unnecessary branches. The tree must be shaped to bear the correct fruit. I watched as a protest in Chicago swelled, a final, furious outburst of the old way. I saw the exact moment it would turn violent, the precise trigger. I saw the National Guard unit that would be deployed, a unit whose commander had already pledged allegiance to the new order. I saw the outcome. It was not a prediction. It was a fact. I did not speak. I did not need to. The room read my biometrics, my neural patterns. It translated my knowing into data that Kine and his architects could use. I was a living instrument, and the silence in which I operated was the medium for a new kind of symphony, one composed of control and consequence. I leaned back in the chair, letting the information flow through me. The apple, the knife, the peeling they had been a crude focusing tool for a signal I could now receive with perfect clarity. There was no more struggle. There was only the quiet hum of the inevitable, and my place at its very heart. The spiral was complete, and I was no longer at its center. I was the spiral itself. The days lost their names. Time was measured in the quiet resolution of chaotic events. A Senator S. defiant speech would flicker across my dome, and I would know the exact pressure point to apply a forgotten scandal, a vulnerable family member, and watch as the defiance crumbled into silent compliance. A militia would dig in on a ridge in Montana, and I would see the single path through the woods that would allow a 3-man team to neutralize them before a shot was fired. The world was being pacified, and I was its silent, beating heart. I was provided for. Food was brought, a bland, nutrient-rich paste that required no thought. Sleep came in short, regulated cycles in an adjacent, dark room. My body was maintained like a precision tool. There were no more conversations with Kine. His presence was constant in the voice that occasionally commented on the data, but he never appeared again. I was the oracle in the machine, and he was the god who acted on my prophecies. One cycle, the data stream shifted. The usual global noise receded, replaced by a focused feed from a familiar city. My city. The image zoomed in from a satellite view to street level, showing a line of people outside a makeshift distribution center. They were quiet, orderly. Their faces were hollowed out by hunger and acceptance. The system was working. Then a face caught my eye. A woman, her head wrapped in a shawl, her eyes darting nervously. It was Anya, Jadden-S sister. A jolt, something akin to the old static, passed through me. I had not seen or thought of her in years. The system, sensing my elevated pulse, highlighted her in the feed. A dossier opened beside her image. She was a low-level organizer, part of a group scavenging medical supplies for an unauthorized clinic. They were scheduled for consolidation in 48 hours. The term was benign, but I knew what it meant. They would be taken to a camp for re-education. Their resistance was a minor anomaly, already calculated and scheduled for correction. I watched her. She accepted a packet of food, her hands trembling slightly. She had Jadin-esque eyes. For a moment, the perfect, silent geometry of my new existence wavered. A memory, unbidden and sharp, surfaced. Jadin laughing, her head thrown back, the sound of it filling a sunlit kitchen. A sound from the world of noise. The voice of Kine filled the room, calm as ever. An anomaly, faint but perceptible. Your attachment to the previous paradigm creates a residual echo. Do you require an adjustment? An adjustment. I knew what that meant. A chemical reset, a neural tuning that would scrub the last vestiges of Gabriel, the man, from the compass, leaving only the pure instrument. It was the logical step. The emotion was a flaw, a crack in the crystal. I looked at Anya's face, at the ghost of Jadin in her features. I saw the future laid out before me. The consolidation, the camp, her spirit broken or her body discarded. It was a small, insignificant event in the grand design. A single leaf pruned from the tree. I saw another path. It was not a path of resistance. That was impossible. It was a path of subtlety, a misdirection, a single, silent command issued not through the system, but around it. A data ghost that would reroute the consolidation team to a false address for 12 hours. A whisper in the right ear that would grant Anya and her group a temporary, overlooked status. It would not save them forever, but it would grant them a chance, a few more cycles to live, to hope, in the cracks of the new world. It was an illogical act, a flaw. I closed my eyes. I let the memory of the laughter fade. I let the image of the apple, the perfect spiral, fill my mind. I became the silence again. The anomaly has passed, I said, my voice echoing flatly in the circular room. No adjustment is necessary. I felt Kine's satisfaction, a cool wave through the interface. The system is resilient. Proceed. The highlight on Anya's face vanished. The feed returned to the global view. But as I watched the patterns of control solidify across the planet, a part of me, a tiny, hidden shard, was already crafting the ghost. It was my first secret, my first sin against the silence. And in that sin, a different kind of knowing was born, not of the inevitable, but of the possible. The spiral, I realized, was not a closed loop. It was a spring, and even a compass can choose to deviate, if only by a single, silent degree. The ghost was a simple thing, a whisper of corrupted data in a stream of light. I watched it unfold not on the main dome, but in a peripheral corner of my awareness, a space I had learned to keep for myself. The consolidation order flickered, the coordinates for the clinic shifting by 2 city blocks. A minor error, attributable to signal degradation in a still unstable grid. The system would correct it, but not for 12 hours. It was a lifetime in the new order. Anya and her group would wake to an ordinary day of quiet desperation. They would not know the shadow that had passed over them and receded. The act was complete, invisible. I felt no triumph, only a cold, precise satisfaction. It was a different kind of order, one I had authored myself. The global symphony continued. A regional governor pledged allegiance. A pocket of resistance in Shanghai was quietly dismantled. The map of the world grew darker, calmer, like a storm settling into a permanent, placid sea. I was the needle at the center, true north for a world without choices. Days later, a new data stream was prioritized. It was a feed from the consolidation camp, where Anya S. Group was supposed to have been taken. The system, ever efficient, was reporting on the successful re-education of the intake from that sector. I saw faces I did not recognize, their eyes blank, their movements robotic as they performed meaningless tasks. They were already part of the machine. Their integration was a positive data point, a confirmation of the system's efficacy. But Anya was not among them. Her absence was a negative space, a silence within the silence that only I could hear. She was still out there, a tiny, irregular heartbeat in the stillness. My secret was safe. The system had not noticed. It could not conceive of a flaw in its own core instrument. Kai's voice was absent for a long time after that. When it returned, it was not to comment on the data, but to issue a new directive. The primary structural phase is complete. We now move to refinement. Your focus will shift to predictive maintenance. Identify nascent irregularities before they manifest. The goal is perpetual stability. The dome shifted again. The frantic feeds of collapsing nations were replaced by the calmer, more complex data of a society being rebuilt. Supply chains, resource allocation, population metrics. It was like watching the inner workings of a vast, living clock. My gift, which had seen the cataclysm, was now being used to ensure nothing ever changed again. I saw a potential shortage of a critical alloy in 6 months, traced to a minor labor dissatisfaction in a single mine. The solution was simple, brutal. The discontented elements were identified. They would be reassigned to an agricultural reclamation zone, a death sentence disguised as civic duty. I saw the chain of cause and effect with perfect clarity. The alloy would flow. The clock would tick on. I approved the reassignment with a thought. It was necessary. It was logical. But as I did, I also saw another thread. A foreman at the mine, a man named Evans, was loyal but inefficient. His removal would increase productivity by 8%. The system had not flagged him. He was within acceptable parameters. But I saw his future, a small, quiet life of adequate service. And I saw that his removal was unnecessary. The alloy would flow regardless. I left him alone. It was a second secret, smaller than the first. A null action, an absence of a command where one could have been issued. It was a different kind of ghost. The compass needle held steady, but the hand that held it had twitched, ever so slightly. I continued my work, maintaining the silence. But the silence was no longer empty. It was filled with these tiny, invisible deviations. I was not just reading the map anymore. I was drawing with the finest, most imperceptible of lines, my own small corrections onto the face of the inevitable. The spiral was unbroken, but its path was no longer solely Kine, as it was ours, and I began to understand that my function was not just to point the way, but to choose, silently and forever, the direction of north.